Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all having a good afternoon. This wasn't really a stream I was necessarily planning to do. It was kind of dependent on how much information that we got through the Ask Me Anything developer responses for Mistfall, obviously. So I'm gonna go through and discuss some of the key talking points and kind of talk about what I think is good, what I think is maybe concerning. I'm gonna kind of just we're gonna deep dive into everything. Right now there's not a lot of content or really like games that I really feel like playing. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen that Dark and Darker is like pretty down bad at the moment. Like it's barely even worth streaming at this point. Last I checked, I think Dad's Twitch viewers was like 400 or something, and their player count is not great. I even like tried playing a little off stream and the lobbies felt like kind of empty. So yeah, as far as like extraction melee content goes, there's not really like a whole lot to do right now. So I thought going over this Ask Me Anything would be like just a nice thing to do on stream. So anyways, yep, welcome Nico. Hey Pocket Sands, don't be sad, be happy. Hey Branjoyer. What? I never bait. That's crazy. We don't do that here. No baiting needed, sir. All right, let's go ahead and just get into all this information. Okay, here, I'll wait, I'm sorry. This and Hunger are your highly anticipated games. I'm gonna talk, I guess we can talk about Hunger really quickly. I don't want to like drone on too long here before we start. I think Hunger is a good game. I had fun playing it. No, like, no like real big complaints or concerns or anything as far as that goes. So I just want to be open that I did like Hunger, and I think that Hunger is going to have success. My only issue is that the gameplay, it feels kind of slow paced. I know you have like that thrust mechanic, which is like a little bit crazy. I don't know if that'll get nerfed or not, but the general gameplay without the thrust mechanic just feels very slow. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but an extraction shooter that has slow paced gameplay like isn't really what I'm going for in terms of the games that I like to play. So, ultimately, even though I think Hunger is good and I think it will have players, and I will probably play it again on stream, I'm sure. My preference is definitely that of, Mistfall just because of the way the game is designed. But yeah, I mean, to each their own kind of deal. Like, I definitely think it's a good game. So we'll kind of like we'll just kind of see how like the release goes for Mistfall. You know, for all we know, Mistfall might do really well. It might struggle. We just don't really have any of that like info coming out here. At the very least, I will say that I think Mistfall and Hunger are both good games. Hey, Stes, welcome. Hey, guys, Lion, welcome as well. All right, let's go ahead and get started, fellas. Let's get into the meat of what this stream is about. All right, one of the most important things that I've heard people talk about, and I have some other information to go off besides just this AMA. So, are there any new updates regarding region unlocking? So anybody that was here during Mistfall's playtest should be aware that there was region locking. So if you played like NA or EU, for example, you couldn't play on different servers. And that was a very common complaint for good reason. So they say they're working on a solution and to bear with us for more updates. Now, there is some more to this that I'm very interested about. So specifically, I don't have like I can't like there's no developer confirmation on this, so I don't know exactly where the info is coming from. So apologies if there's anything that's not like 100% accurate. But from my understanding, there is some kind of legal precedence. Like there is something that is not allowing Mistfall to open up their regions. And I don't know like the exact reason behind it. Because like Dark and Darker, you can play any region you want and it's not a problem. For whatever reason, there's something that is hurting slash stopping Mistfall from opening their regions to everybody. So right now, like NA is locked, and like NA couldn't play with EU, for example, if they wanted to. So like if you have friends in EU and you're NA, you can't, meet up, group, whatever. So I don't know exactly what's going on with this. If anybody has specific information that is developer confirmation, I would love to see it. I can only go based off of like what random people have told me about it. But yeah, apparently there is some kind of legal problem that is stopping them from opening crossplay, or not crossplay, opening, well, server crossplay. So yeah, I wish I had I wish I had more info to go off of, but yeah, I know it's a Chinese game, so I'm assuming there is some kind of law either on the China side or the US side that is causing this conflict. Why even region lock in the first place? Well, my understanding is Mistfall devs do not want to region lock. That's why they're working to fix it. My understanding is that there is a legal barrier. Mistfall, like, literally cannot release regional. They can't do it. And again, I don't know, like, what law specifically is being broken or is, whatever. I don't know which law specifically, but there is a problem right now with regional like servers. And I know Mistfall comes out of China, right? I'm pretty sure it's China. So there has to be something there that is different, because Dark and Darker is a Korean game, and I've never seen any issues whatsoever in region locking. I think at one point Dark and Darker tried region lock, but they ended up removing it. But that was never a legal requirement. This is the first time I've heard of a game being legally required to do this, but I also don't play a lot of games like out of China, I guess, that are multiplayer. I mean, really, I've been playing mostly Dark and Darker for like years, so it kind of makes sense. So yeah, I wish I had more info to give you. I mean, I have like a little bit of extra stuff, but yeah, pretty much anyone who is waiting for more information on server region locking, if I had to guess, just based on the timeline, because the launch is coming pretty soon, we only have 3 weeks until the launch comes. I think it is fair to say that the launch will probably have server locked, but who knows? This is obviously just, I'm just kind of spitballing here. I could be wrong. I kind of hope they get it resolved though, because I think from a player perspective, it's just bad. Like, if I have friends that are in different regions and we can't play with each other, that's going to hurt the game in the it's going to hurt the game in the long run, no matter what. So I really, really hope that something gets resolved as far as this is concerned. So yeah, I think that's all I had to say about like region stuff. I just wanted to give that little extra info out there, that it's not the developer's fault that region is being locked. It is some kind of law that is stopping them from doing it. That's just, I felt like that was important to say. Might be some data gathering issues as well for US EU. That's possible. Yeah, maybe there's some kind of law with data gathering that's being like technically broken. But I don't know, because like so many other multiplayer games don't have any issue with the region lock. So this is kind of unique to Mistfall from what I've seen. I am curious when more information is given by the devs, because this is pretty vaguely worded. There's not a lot here, right? Like, this whole info about like the laws and stuff is not something the devs have given in the AMA. This is just from other people that I've seen. So, I'm not really sure. No, it's definitely not an RMT thing, because RMT is more of a, that's more of like a, that's not really a legality thing, I don't believe. I don't think it's not illegal, technically speaking, if a game allows you to RMT, I think. Technically, you have to pay taxes on that money, which I guess is where the legality comes in, if people aren't paying taxes on it, which I'm sure they're not. But technically speaking, I don't think RMT in itself is illegal, so I don't think that would be causing the crossplay issues. I don't think, at least. Correct me if I'm wrong. Hey, Visual Nation. Crazy also the mound coming. Wait, the mound coming next week? I'm not sure what the mound is. I've never heard of that. Hunger open beta, probably 2 to 3 months. Yeah, so right now, as far as Hunger's concerned, whether I play Hunger's beta when it comes out will depend on how much I'm into Mistfall. Like if Mistfall, man, I really don't even want to say this. Or I don't want this to happen. If Mistfall somehow flops, which will be tragic, I really hope that doesn't happen because I love this game. It's why I'm sitting here doing a Ask Me Anything for free, because the devs aren't paying me to do this. Um, yeah. So as far as this game goes, like I really like Mistfall. So clearly, I want this game to succeed. So when the time comes, and Hunger releases, if Mistfall is still doing like well and the views and I don't know, like as long as the players are there and everything's fine, like I'll probably stay on Mistfall. But time will tell, kind of deal. We'll kind of just have to play it by ear and wait and see how this game does. I feel like we've been here before, right? Like the couple weeks before a new extraction comes out, and we're all really excited to play the game, and like we've been here through, we've been here in Dungeonborn, we've been here on Midnight Walkers, we've been here on. I mean, shit, we've been through ups and downs on Dark and Darker. It's just shit. Ultimately, it's just stuff happens. So I have no idea ultimately what's going to go on for the future of Mistfall. All I can do is just hope that things work out, pretty much. Hey, Prime, what do I think of Dungeon Betwixt? Oh, I don't know if I want to, like, super get into the Dungeonborn 2 stuff right now, just because I want to focus on Mistfall's Ask Me Anything info first. I will just say that I am interested to see what the new Mithril Studio devs work on. I'm interested, but my expectations are low. Just considering everything that happened with Dungeonborn, if the game like fails or flops, I won't be surprised. If it does well, that's great. I'll play it and give it a try. That's kind of where I'm at as far as that goes. Again, I don't want to get into it too much because like I want to get through this. All right, regional pricing. This is something that I think is like really quite important from what I've seen. Like it doesn't affect me personally because I'm in the US. But I get comments a lot from you guys, viewers, and people will say that they're worried about the price of Mistfall Hunter when it releases because the regional pricing, if it's not like done right, or if there's not regional pricing at all, the game is literally too expensive to buy because 20-30 bucks in US dollars is not that much, but if you go somewhere else that is like where the currency does not have anywhere near the same purchasing power, you're gonna have a really hard time buying the games. My understanding is like 20 or 30 bucks in I'm trying to think of like where exactly. Well, I mean, I know they mentioned Brazil here, so I don't know if Brazil is the best example, but I know that other countries like 20 or 30 bucks could be like a month salary or just something like absurdly stupid. Like you would like imagine working for an entire month and then buying one singular game with that money. Like you're not going to be able to do it because you have living costs too. It's just that the purchasing power in those in those countries are just it's just not the same. So yeah. So for those of you that are wondering, yes, the game is going to have regional pricing because some people were worried it might not. We'll reference the recommended platform pricing for fair regional pricing. So basically, they're going to do what other companies are doing as far as regional pricing goes. So if you're someone in one of those countries and you usually get your games for like a certain price, popular ones, this game should follow the same type of format as those. You do see that Hunger will converge to end long-range fights, and the speed of the game does ramp up. You think DB was near a perfect fit for game speed? Yeah, so Hunger's lunge mechanic definitely speeds the game up quite a lot. I'm just not sure if it's going to get removed, because if they remove the lunge mechanic completely, then the game goes back to being absurdly slow. But I also see people complaining that the lunge is, like, too broken, and it, like, kind of makes... Like, basically, the difference between having lunge and not having lunge is so game-breaking from a gameplay perspective that it's like, if you have it, it's great, but if you don't have it, you're basically handicapped. Like, you're in a wheelchair trying to keep up with, Usain Bolt or something. I don't know. It just doesn't really work out. The new hairstyle? Dude, I cut it. Yeah, I cut it the other day. It was getting too long. It was like 110 degrees here for a few days. It was way too hot for me to have like a mop on my head. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, there's a large list of countries that the original pricing affects. Yeah, again, Brazil is the example they gave, but there's plenty of countries out there that it's going to affect. For Canada, oh yeah, well, Canada's the opposite. Canada, well, not, I mean, not opposite, but I just know Canada. I shouldn't have said opposite. Canada, I just know better because I know that Canada is always like what 30%, 40% higher than US. I feel like the conversion rate, it always seems to be around there because like I'll see like a book or something and it'll always say like US dollars and it'd be like $8 or whatever it is, and then the Canada will always be like maybe $3 or $4 more. So it seems like it's usually somewhere between like 30 and 50% higher. So I just know the conversion rate for Canada like specifically. Um so yeah, I know that I know, but there's countries that are way worse than that. Like 30 to 50% is bad, but other countries can be way, way worse. Like you're talking like multiple X multipliers on top of that. It's pretty insane. No, duo queue is a massive L. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the duo queue situation and the solo queue situation as well. This is probably one of the more disappointing parts of the AMA, but I do want to give my own personal thoughts on all this information being given. And I'll kind of just go over like the pros and cons of both sides, and we'll kind of go from there. An ultra rare Firebox stream? Oh my god, that's crazy. I know I don't stream a lot, but I don't know if I call it ultra rare. I mean, Chief, we'll be streaming a lot when Mistfall releases, so streams won't be rare anymore. By the way, I added emotes finally, thanks to Smoothitis. He made emotes for my Discord channel like a while ago, and I decided to port those over to Twitch and YouTube. YouTube is like super limited, so you don't have a lot of emotes there. But yeah, like Twitch should have I think 22 emotes now or something like that total. You get like I think 5. It was like limited to 5 free ones, so I did like the free first and then I filled the rest. So yeah, I finally got that done. People have been bugging me for for probably like a year to get emotes on. So I finally got that done and over with. Maybe I'll try to get more sometime soon. Oh, okay. All right. So duo queue. Will duos be added? When will solo duo maps be released? Will Brander Guard be available for solo play? These are all very important questions. Okay, so I guess rip the band-aid off. We will not be opening duo matchmaking in the short term. So I realize that that sentence alone is going to be very disappointing for a lot of people. On one hand, adding duo mode would significantly increase the difficulty of balancing and regulating matchmaking. So there is some truth to this. If they release duo mode, like right now, the game is currently balanced for solos and trios. I know it's not the best balanced, but they do have like cooldowns based on which mode you're playing. Like certain abilities will have longer or shorter durations. So if they added duo mode right now, they would have to rebalance the entire duo mode for what, I guess 3 weeks time, like to fix it basically. Which I think there's an argument to be made that, maybe they should just release it anyway and just kind of see, like, maybe the balancing won't be that bad. I mean, honestly, it is hard for me to believe that like duos would be that much more imbalanced than like trios with current balancing. So I kind of understand what they're saying, that it would be a lot harder to balance the game in the long run. It will be for sure, because you'll have to do separate you have to do separate things for each different mode, solos, duos, trios. But I know there's a lot of people that are like wanting to play duo. I mean, even I, like myself, am more of a duo player, not a trio player. I think solos is the most fun. Like here, I'll give Dark and Darker as an example. Solos is the most fun for me. It always has been. Being able to hop on, not worry about any other players, and just play the game is really good. That's my favorite thing to do. Duos is like pretty manageable because you only need one other person. It's pretty easy to find one person that you kind of click with to play the game. Finding 2 other people when you're on to play the game, and also the fact that it's a like hardcore extraction game. You know, it's not really casual. So finding two other people of like your general skill level. I mean, I guess you don't have to, right? Like you could just play with friends, but I'm sure at least some of you understand like where I'm coming from. Like ultimately in an extraction game, I think it's frustrating for both the new player and maybe like the more veteran player. Like if I'm trying to play a trio and I'm playing with two people who have no idea what they're doing, it's going to feel a little bit frustrating for my end. Unless they're like good friends, then of course like I wouldn't care. But like if you're talking just like random teammates and you know, we're in different skill points either way, I feel like it's frustrating for everybody on the team. So I think it's a lot harder uh like compared to a casual game to find and kind of make like a team work. I think that's kind of why Dark and Darker Squire Royale mode is so popular, because Squire Royale takes away the pressure of the extraction because you don't have to worry about gear. And ultimately that's the problem, right? Is that the gear is, you know, so it's like the gear is the big part of the game and it's the draw. So it can be frustrating as a team to know that you're risking gear in a spot where like you guys aren't really comfortable to do it, which is why Squire Royale and Dark and Darker I think was really good for the game. It made teaming with randoms a lot more forgiving and good. So I mean, I don't know exactly where I'm going with that, but I mean, I guess really, I think it's easier to play duos than it is to play trios in extraction games overall. If it was up to me, I would make the game solo duo, but it's not, so that'll never happen. They don't want duos because they won't want to split the player base, but they're going to add PvE mode. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the PvE mode here in a little bit too. I know some people might not agree with my opinion on it, but I'm going to do my best to give like my full reasoning for it because I feel like the reasoning behind my opinion on PvE is solid. And again, we'll get to it when we get down to that part of the AMA. You just got here. Did they actually say they're adding PvE? Yeah, we haven't talked about it yet, Crook. It's further down. You have one good friend who you play with for a long time, so trios always sucks. Well, that's another thing, too. There's a lot of players who might only have one specific friend that they play extractions with. So, like, let's say it's me and, like, one other guy. Now we have to find a third player every time we want to play this game. And we have to worry about, you know, just kind of... It's just, like, extra work, you know? It's a lot harder to find a trio than it is to find a duo, and I think that just is obvious, I think. Really don't see why they need to make gear the draw in the game. I mean, it's an extraction game. If you don't want gear to be a big part of the game, then you want a battle royale. They're two extremely different, they're different genres. Like, if you don't want gear to be like a big draw, then it needs to be, I mean, then it needs to be a battle royale. Dark and Darker already tried to cut out gear completely. Go see patch 69. That's what people always refer to in dad. That was when gear literally did not matter. Squire weapons did more damage than legendary. It was really stupid. And the game suffered very heavily for it because there was absolutely nothing to do in the game. It was basically like PvP battle royale because everyone just went in Squire in like every single game mode and you never did anything. You know, I mean, ultimately it's an extraction. Like the gear is a big part of it. That's just, you need some kind of draw to the game. If it's not gear, then what is the draw going to be? Because I can't even fathom what other draw you could add besides gear that would make people want to play, you know? Gear loss is one of the main reasons your friend stops playing, and when you mainly do duo trio, one dropping out sucks. Yeah, so ultimately extraction games are not for everyone, and I do understand that like some people they like, you know, they'll lose a kid or like they just don't like losing their stuff and they'll quit the game, and I'm not judging people that do that. It's again, it's a different kind of game. Like I don't really like League of Legends. Doesn't make League of Legends bad. I just don't like the game. I don't like Counter-Strike, but I know Counter-Strike's a good game. Like it's just different games, different people like different games. That's just what it comes down to. I'm not here to judge someone for what they like or don't like. But you know, that is true. You know, when you have like a trio and then one person kind of just says, I don't really want to play anymore. And now you and your duo are sitting there like, well, shit, do we have to find like another third or we just go drop back down to solos? And that's kind of like where the problems start coming up. I mean, ideally, you want solos, duos, and trios, but then it's a question of player count concern, and that's something I don't really have an answer for. You're saying that the draw could be treasure, monster loot, parts to get progress, to progress your gear over time? I mean, I guess, but I don't really understand why you have to go that route. I feel like Mistfall Hunter is pretty generous in terms of, like, finding gear. I know it might, I'm sure it'll get, like, tuned for release, but I feel like the game's gear loop was pretty fair. There was a lot of ways to get like free sets and all that stuff, so I don't really know if it's going to be much of a problem for Mistfall specifically. But again, I guess I can't really say that with 100% certainty because we do not know what the gear is going to be like. We also know that the marketplaces were inflated. They were like basically giving free gear and free like mats in the auction house. So it made gear way cheaper and easier to find. So I guess saying that I can't really speak too much about it until we see the game in action on the 29th. I mean, ultimately, I think that's where the question becomes: should Mistfall Hunter have an arena mode? I always see people like on both sides of the fence for arena, and usually people will either say that they like arena mode and it's like the main part. Like some people just only play arena, and then other people are like, arena like kind of sucks, or I don't really like it, or the main game is better. Then you have like the other group of people that say that like arena ruins the game. I've never really agreed on the point that arena ruins the game. I think of people that like playing arena, like those players that are like in arena, they wouldn't be playing the base game if arena didn't exist. They would just quit the game. Like if you're bored of Mistfall and there was an arena mode and you only like playing arena because you were just bored of the base game, you wouldn't just magically start wanting to play the base game if like arena didn't exist. That's base, or like that's how Dark and Darker is. I think Dark and Darker's arena is the same way. There are people who only log on weekends to play arena, and I don't think those players would magically just want to play the main game if arena didn't exist. I think they would just quit. So I'm of the opinion that arena mode is fine as long as it doesn't hinder the main gameplay experience. Also, arena mode gives an outlet to kind of what you're describing, where you don't have to worry about gear loss. So you can kind of practice and do whatever. Now, Mistfall does have one thing that Dark and Darker doesn't. Mistfall has a private match area. So you can play 1v1s, 3v3s, or whatever, and you can kind of just practice. But that's not really the same as Arena. You know, Arena mode is very different. So I wouldn't mind seeing Arena in Mistfall Hunter at some point. I definitely would not mind seeing that. Hey, Lazar. Yeah, I mean, you're here like just in time. We basically just started this stream. Arena and Mistfall would turn into a fighting game. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, though, I would say. I mean, Mistfall at its core is an extraction game, but I think the game's combat is extremely good. So if Mistfall Arena mode felt like a fighting game, I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think having both modes side by side would hurt the game by any means. I think it's fine to have both. Is there an additional live stream or is it just these notes? No, there's no live stream. It's only notes. No. I do have something that you guys might not have seen. I actually have the Chinese Ask Me Anything as well, which has different questions, and a lot of it is balance questions as well. So we'll have the English Ask Me Anything and the Chinese converted Ask Me Anything that I can go over that a lot of you, again, probably haven't seen. So we got some new content, or like some new stuff if you happen to like already read through this. Unless you're asking how the stream is gonna be. Yeah, this is a Yap Box stream. Yeah, we can't play Mistfall. If I could play the game, I'd play it. Yeah, we're just gonna be talking through these notes. All right, so on the other hand, it would split the existing matchmaking pool, prolonging queue times across all modes and negatively impacting the overall matchmaking experience for all players. Regarding the Brander Guard solos, all right, we're gonna be yapping for a second here. Regarding Brander Guard solo mode that everyone has been asking about, we may open it for a limited time during the season. All right, so my biggest concern, other than being super biased because I'm a solo player, is as of right now, during the last playtest, Brander Guard was trios only. What this meant was that as a solo player, you buy the game and it has a solo player tag. You play the game for a few hours, you hit Brander Guard, the story tells you have to go to Brander Guard for quest progression, and then it tells you have to play trios. So, like, you're effectively buying a solo game that is, like, changing into a trio game in order to continue doing, like, the main story. And there's not a lot of content in Mistfall Hunter. Like, the big content is, like, the maps and the quests. Like, that's two, like, huge parts of the game. So during the playtest, like, the fact that solos couldn't play Brander Guard meant that you were completely story locked unless you played trios. So I just stopped doing the story entirely. If Mistfall Hunter, oh my god. If Mistfall Hunter releases day one and does not let you play Brander Guard as solo, I am going to be extremely disappointed, because it's going to mean that solo players are going to be completely locked out of basically half the game. You're not going to be able to play half the maps, and you're not going to be able to do probably half the story, which is really, it sucks. It's shitty. So I mean, nothing I say or do will ever change their decision, apparently, because if you look through the Ask Me Anything info before they deleted the original channel, there were many comments about solo mode, and they were very highly upvoted. So it's not like this is just a me thing. There is a lot of players that are expecting a full solo experience from this game. And honestly, I would be willing to compromise here. I would be fine if Normals mode and Cataclysm mode was open for solos on the first map, and then the second map was only Cataclysm. Considering the Normals map on the first one is supposed to be kind of like your, like, the beginner, like, new player / like getting used to the game. The game seems to, like, really incentivize you to go to Cataclysm mode. So I expect most people will be playing Cataclysm after, like, they get used to the game. So I would be fine if they feel like, I would be fine compromising and allowing you to play Cataclysm Brander Guard solo. But I'm just gonna say straight up, if Brander Guard is locked on day one release, I'm gonna be very, like, sad. Like, that is, like, it's not game ruining because I will still play the game, but, like, I just, for a lot of players, it is going to be like it is going to be a really, like, sour taste for a lot of players if this doesn't, like, go through. And I know I am not alone in sharing this opinion. I know a lot of you will probably at least understand where I'm coming from. You know, like, me and you are like, we're both paying the same price for this game, right? Like, we're both buying the same title, and, like, the tags for the game are solo, so it's gonna feel really shitty, like, halfway through the game getting locked behind, like, team content. So I don't know. We'll just gotta, like, have to wait to see what goes on there. Well, I mean, it's like, it's really stupid, right? So right now, like, they're not even giving us duo matchmaking, but they're also hindering solo play. So it's like, it's really weird. This is one of the most concerning parts of this Ask Me Anything, and I was, like, debating on how, I was kind of, like, thinking about this for a while this morning, of kind of, like, my thoughts on duos versus, like, the full solo experience. Like, right now, like, I think I'm more understanding of the lack of duos because it's an entire new mode. I mean, it's going to require different balancing, like, but they're already balancing for solos. Like, they already have the stuff in place for solo gameplay. So if we don't, at the very minimum, have access to the other map in Cataclysm, it really is going to suck. I don't know what else to really say about it. It's just going to suck. Yeah, I'm not here to say that the other map is necessarily good or bad. And you know, for all I know, I might enjoy the first map more. Like I played the other map during the previous betas. So, you know, it's been a while, but ultimately it comes down to as a solo player being locked out of gameplay content even though I've paid for the game. And again, the lock doesn't happen until halfway through the game. I mean, imagine a casual solo player, okay? Let's look at someone who isn't, you know, me and is like hyper obsessed with extraction games. You see Mistfall in the Steam store, you see that it's solo play, you buy it. You only play solos, you never play teams. You play the game for say 10 hours. And then you get to the new map and it says, "Hey, go to Brandguard to do this." And then you go to play. You've been playing solo for 10 hours. And then it says go to this new map and you can't do that. From a new player perspective, like that's going to feel shitty. And also, you're not going to be able to refund the game either. Like some players might think that is like a game ruining thing and they might almost not want to play the game anymore. But you won't be able to refund it because it's going to be so much gameplay down the road because you have to get through kind of like the first 8 or 10 levels or whatever it was that you won't even know it's a thing until you start playing, which feels kind of like a little bit, I don't even know what word to use for it, but I know this is gonna, maybe I'm overreacting, maybe, or maybe I'm being ridiculous, but I feel like this is a very reasonable like thing that could happen. So I don't know. Those are my thoughts. I don't like this at all. I hope they reconsider this before launch because there was a message from Hugo, the Bellring CM, and he said that when the game released, they were going to consider solos based on playtest player counts. And I feel like the player count for playtest was more than enough to have one extra like queue. That's all you would need, right? You need one extra queue. You just need one singular solo queue in Cataclysm at the very minimum. So it's this is gonna feel so shitty, and I can't defend Mistfall if they do this. Like I love the game, I love the gameplay, but if they do this, it's like if they do this, I can't defend them for doing it. Like I have to, like, I'm going to speak negatively of at least this aspect until it changes. I can't. It is what it is. Like, actually, you know, I want to show you something. This is really interesting. This is I'll just show you. I don't even have to like talk about it. Okay. You see this right here? This is one of the I think this is really interesting. Dark and Darker, March 2025. This is around the period of time where SDF was talking about removing solos from the game. Okay. Do you know what happened in the coming months after SDF removed solos? 21K. We went down to 3,700 players when SDF removed solos and duos from the game. Like, this isn't up for debate. Like, March, April, this is around the time when SDF had talked about removing solos, and he didn't re-add solos until much later. We ended up recovering player base, like way down the road when he like finally realized like how much we needed it. But yeah, Dark and Darker lost like 75 to 80% of their players when he tried to remove solos. SDF told solos that if they want to play the game, they have to play trios. And solo players said, "Fuck that! I'm not playing trios." Solo players, I don't know if devs like realize they should. Solo players are not going to play your trio mode. If a solo player, like solo players play solo. That's just what they do. So like when SDF made that change and he basically told solos and duos that like they just had to play trios, everyone said, "Well, we're not doing that," and left the game. You know? Like 22k down to 4k is crazy. That is an 80% plus loss. And you know what's even sadder? They never recovered from this. even all this way down, like even a year later, that 22k peak that we had when the game, like before the whole solo endeavor happened because of SDF, before that happened, we never reached a 22k peak again. It's never happened. Like, SDF caused irreparable damage to Dark and Darker from this whole thing, and it's like it's here. Like, this is the evidence that I have, you know. So I don't know. Ultimately, the Mistfall devs are going to do what they want, and they probably aren't even listening to what I'm saying, most likely. But I'm still going to just say it anyway, and we'll just be like the guy yelling into the clouds or whatever. They really, really need to consider what they're going to do with solos, because solo players are going to feel slighted by having content removed from them in the game, especially a game that they paid the same price for, like you know, with trio players. So I don't know. That's all I got. I want to move on from this conversation piece. I just thought this was like an interesting, like, you know, example to show. So. Trios with random sucks so hard. Well, that's the problem. Yeah, as a solo player, playing with trios is just terrible. That's why Squire Royale was such a good mode. Squire Royale in Dark and Darker is a great experience to play, like, with random trios. It's one of the only ways to, like, really play dad. The thing is, the reason for that is because there's no gear progression. It's all Squire gear. And you don't have that in Mistfall. So, like, anyone that is saying that solo players just need to play in trios if they want to play Branderguard is not understanding that solo players are not going to just play trios just because the devs are trying to force it. They're just not going to play the game. It's a dumb mindset from like it's just a dumb mindset. That's not how it works. And you can see that from Dark and Darker's 80% player dip when they tried to remove solos from the game. Like, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm nothing I say will probably influence what actually happens on release, but I'm still going to say it anyway, just in case. So there you go. Yeah, please add solos to the game like it should be. Thanks. Can duo teams be prioritized to be matched against other duo teams? Can you limit the number of identical classes within a team to improve balance? Currently, the class options are limited in the game, and character progression requires a meaningful investment. Furthermore, restricting classes would make team formation more difficult. We will consider implementing limits to the number of identical classes within a team in the future once more classes are introduced. All right, so this is a pretty important conversation piece. Here, I'll answer some questions really quick. Branderguard is the second map that you never saw me play it because it was trios only. But it's the map from like previous betas, like the old playtest. It was only Branderguard. I mean, I don't know if you guys realize this. Mistfall Hunter used to be trios only. I barely played the playtest. They added solos and it became like my favorite game. If Mistfall Hunter ever got to a point where they said, yeah, we're going to just remove solos from the game, I would stop playing the game. I don't care what happens to... Like, I don't care if I have nothing else to play or stream. If Mistfall Hunter was trios only, I would not stream and I would quit the game. I would not do it. Like, I don't know like how else to really say it, and you don't have to believe me, but you should believe me because I quit Dark and Darker. Like when solos got removed from Dad, I stopped playing for a long time. I played like a little bit here and there, but I really didn't come back until after solos was reintroduced to the game. Like I don't like team play for the most part. I'll play it sometimes, but like if I'm being forced into team play, I won't play the game. I just won't do it. What's that shooter game called? The Extraction, not Extraction, the Battle Royale shooter. Oh my god, I should know the name of this. Apex Legends. I liked Apex Legends, but I could never like really get into like the team gameplay. I remember they had like a solo mode for a while and I liked it, but I could never get into the teams. It's really every game. This isn't really like an Extraction thing. Generally speaking, I really just don't like team gameplay for the most part. I'm just kind of a solo player. So, like, if a game just doesn't give me solos, I just won't play it, and that's just how it is. Am I playing Season 10 of Dark and Darker? Okay, I can't, like, show it on stream because it's technically... Like, it's the Dark and Darker creator Discord. But I want to show you a clip that I have from there to show you, like, how obnoxious... I want to show you how obnoxious, like, dad balancing currently is. Yeah, technically, I think this Discord is, like, NDA or whatever. Like, I don't think I can actually show it. But I want to show you this clip. This is my problem with Dark and Darker. This is my problem with the game. Yeah, I'm still in the creator program. This is why I hate this game. The dev said 6 months ago they were going to remove solo with Rogue, and it's still in the game. Like, look at this gameplay. Who the fuck think this is... Who thinks this is fun? Sorry, but, like, who in their right mind besides Rogue players thinks this gameplay is good? Who... Like, this isn't fun! Who thinks this is good gameplay? It's so stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I get so mad. Like, Rogue has, like, single-handedly, like, ruined this game for me. I like Dark and Darker, but I cannot stand how, like, it just... Oh my god. Rogues just, they really make, like, they make me mad. Like, they just make me mad, bro. They make me really mad. Alright, so as far as dad goes, like, if they remove Rogue and Viz, like, I might be more willing to play it. It is such a stupid playstyle. I have a hard time playing that game. It just makes me mad. Like, actually, further down here, you're gonna see talks about Rogue invisibility too. We'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, true invisibility in an extraction-based game it's just so bad feeling. Dying and losing a full kit because some clown is just sitting there invis in the open with no counterplay and then dying as fast as you do. It's crazy. And, you know, I always see, like, Rogue players cope, and they'll go, oh, well, Rogues die in one hit. Like, Rogues don't die in one hit. They haven't died in one hit in forever. Like, Rogues, the thing is, gear is so good in Dark and Darker, you can build Rogues for, like, 150 health, like, 40-50% PDR, and, like, a bunch of other stats. You can basically make Rogues just as tanky as a fighter, or Barb, or whatever. Like, Rogues are, like, it's crazy how good the class is, and we are still sitting here months and months and years later, and Rogue is just still just ruining the game for everybody. And I don't know, I'm just kind of tired of it, man. Like, I might play Dad's... I'm not going to sit here and, like, tell you that I won't play Dad's season on the 17th, and that's really just because I have nothing else to stream, so, like, I guess I might just play it to have something to do. But I'm just going to be honest with you, like, my love for Dad is so low at this point because I think Mistfall's combat is just better. And that's part of why I'm so vocal about this solo change, or this solo thing, because, like, I really like Mistfall, and I want to see it succeed, and it just seems like a really, really bad decision to not at least have Cataclysm on Brander Guard. Like, if you're gonna have two modes, like, I would have the same opinion if they did that for Trios too. Like, if Trios was in the game and they only had it for one map and they, like, didn't let them play on the other map, I would have the same exact opinion that that shouldn't be a thing. You know, it's just... whatever. It's not even true invis, it's silent too. Well, yeah, I mean, call it whatever you want, but, like, Rogues will, like, be so quick to defend that invis playstyle in Dad, and it's been so BS for so long. Honestly, it's frustrating. It frustrates me to play Dark and Darker because it just feels like such an unbalanced mess. And honestly, it's like, it's funny because Rogue isn't the only problem. There's I could probably go on for an hour on all the problems that Dark and Darker has, but like rogues are just still like, Rogue is just a really good example of just how poor like the development has been for that game. So whatever. All right, I want to talk about this really quick. So there has been conversation that having multiple classes on the same trio team is imbalanced. So what do I mean by that? There's been people saying that like having 2 black arrows, you know, or 2 sorks or 2 seers, whatever. Basically having duplicate classes is a problem. And honestly, I kind of agree. I think the best way to kind of compromise and kind of be like halfway happy here, you know, I feel like the best compromise is to do it like Dark and Darker does. I think that's one thing they actually do well. In normals, there's no class restrictions, which is where a lot of the casual players will be playing. But I think once you go to chaos mode, where the balance matters more and it's like it's more gear on the line and whatever, I really feel like you should probably have a class restriction in place. I don't think you should be able to have like triple rogue or triple black arrow teams and trios. That just sounds like a balancing nightmare. So that's kind of my own 2 cents on that. It doesn't affect me because I play solos. So like, I guess I could just say that I don't care because it doesn't matter to me. But again, what I said earlier was true. Just because something doesn't affect me personally doesn't mean I won't care, because I really like Mistfall. So even though I don't play trios, I still feel like this is going to be a problem. I think having like 2 or 3 rogues or black arrows and stuff is going to be a problem for chaos. So if it was me, I would do halfway. I would make normals open, so that way casuals and beginners are not affected. And then I would make chaos mode like where you kind of have to start considering what your team comp is. Rotate the map every 30 minutes. Well, I'll tell you what, rotating the map would be better than not having it at all. I'm not like a huge fan of map rotation, but if it was one or the other, if it was, hey, do you want to never play Branderguard for the entire like Mistfall duration, or do you want to play it on a rotating timer, I would choose the rotating timer for sure. But I really feel like just having only chaos mode for that other map is fine. It's 1 extra queue. That's it. It's 1 queue. I feel like it's not like we're asking for a bunch. I don't know. I just don't really feel like it's going to be a problem. I don't know. I kind of want to move on from that conversation because I feel like I've talked it to death. I mean, you know what my opinion is at this point. It is what it is. You think queues will be worse if you limit classes? Are queues affected by class limits? Because I don't think the queues should really matter, right? Because it's only based on what your team is. Most people are not playing fill trios. If you're solo, you're just playing solo. And if you're trio, you probably have a team already. So I don't really think it's going to affect much. Also, the game has an option to buy and also free swap your classes to other stuff. So I don't really think it's much of an issue. Well, that's my biggest concern, is that Branderguard is going to be 100% blocked off from solos, and I'm going to get main story quest blocked. I guess I could just go tell Lich to carry me in trios, and then I'll just like play with Lich and YOLO or whoever else when they're available, and then we'll just steamroll probably. Like I know that we could probably do well in trios. Like, I'm not worried about that, but I think the gameplay in solos is more fun than that. So I would only do that if like I had to. And that's really just so I could get the story done. You know? It's not like I can't find people to play with that I know we could like do well in trios. Like, that's fine. But I don't feel like I should have to do that. It's more like 2 of the same OP class on one team is broken, so balance the classes properly. I don't know. Other games like MOBAs typically have classes blocked. Like, I mean, I'm right on that, right? Like, if you play League, I don't think you can play all the same class. I think that's blocked off. I used to play Heroes of the Storm. That was like the only MOBA I really played, funny enough. But I remember there being a class restriction on it. I feel like multiplayer balancing is usually a lot easier when you block classes. Actually, Black Ops 4 I played a good bit of, and I think they had classes, and I remember them being locked as well. It's a common thing to do in like in different genres. It just balancing for an entire team to be one class is a lot harder than balancing a team to have only one of one class. I think that's just how it is. I don't know though. I don't really care. Like for me, it doesn't affect me. Like I don't play trios, so I really just don't care that much, I guess. Like I care because I want Mistfall to do well and I want it to succeed. But I don't care in that it doesn't affect my solo gameplay, so whatever, I guess. It is what it is. Oh, here's another one. Here's another one to okay. Will bots remain in the game permanently? Are there any plans to improve the bot combat AI? So bots were a big pain point. They did fix it towards the end of the season, or the end of like the playtest, and I want to kind of talk about bots a little bit. There's pros and cons to bots. Before you just roll your eyes and go, oh well, bots, that's stupid. I think there is merit to the bots. I don't think it is entirely negative, and I'm going to explain why. So, yeah, bots are here to stay. We believe they play an irreplaceable role for new players in adjusting to combat. We continuously optimize AI, but they'll be there in the long-term process. So here are my current thoughts on bots. I think having bots sprinkled in to new player lobbies or players that are dying frequently, I don't really have a problem with that personally. The only point that I think bots should not exist is chaos mode personally. Towards the end of the playtest, the only time that bots ever existed for chaos mode was if it was like a guarantee, by the way. Me and many other players tested it. So if anyone else noticed a different pattern, let me know. But towards the end of the playtest, it was die 2 times, and then you got into a bot lobby. And then you, like, once you extracted in the bot lobby, you would have you go back to, like, the normal lobbies. It would be on a loop. Basically, it meant that you could not die more than 66% of the time because the third lobby was basically free. So you're always extracting 1 in 3 games in chaos mode. And honestly, I really don't mind that. I feel like as far as player longevity goes, like I'm in the minority here because I've played hundreds of hours of this game and I clearly know what I'm doing more than someone who just picked up the game. But yeah, I don't really mind having bots in like new player beginner lobbies and maybe bots after someone like keeps taking deaths. I don't want I do not want to ever see bots in normal chaos lobbies. I think that would be really stupid. But as far as the way that they were in the later part of the playtest, I think it was fine. I feel like. Hi, Lich. Welcome, welcome. Lich, I feel like I summoned you because I just mentioned your name, but you might not have been here when I did. No, currently there is no VoIP in Mistfall. I have no idea if there's plans to add VoIP or not. Well, the first and second map play very differently. The second map has the Battle Royale circle attached to it. Again, I'm not saying that the first or second map is necessarily better or worse. I just want to be able to play solo chaos on both maps. I don't care about normals. Like, the normals on the first map make sense because it's like the beginner map. But I don't need to be able to play Brander Guard normals. I just want to be able to play chaos. I don't care about anything else. Well, I feel like I think if you want the pity bot lobby to be removed, I feel like you're probably in the higher percentile of players who are not dying a lot. So I don't really know if your opinion on that specifically matches that of a new player. Because I'm trying to think of it not in my gameplay experience, but think of it from the perspective of a new player. If you go to chaos mode and you just die every single game over and over on infinite. Like, if you just cannot kill a single player, I think having the 2 lobby pity, so at least you're like dying twice and then you're extracting once, at least should be enough of a push to hopefully help you get used to the game a little bit better, you know, and not like make them quit as soon. I don't really have a problem with it because the veteran slash experienced players are probably not getting into those bot lobbies very much. I did see them occasionally. I would just take like 2 like deaths from like whatever. But for the most part, I stayed out of them. I don't know. I felt like it was fine. I didn't really have much of an issue with it. Yeah, I mean, it's not that you can't go to Brandergard and do the quest solo, but trying to 1v3 solo is really, really, or yeah, trying to 1v3 in Mistfall is really hard. The stagger mechanic makes it like pretty difficult. Like, I implore you to try to 1v3 as Merc in Mistfall. It was so hard. Unless they were bots and didn't know what they like, unless they just didn't know what they were doing, or like the actual AI. You were never beating a competent team 1v3. Even as other classes, it's like insanely hard, if not impossible. But yeah, I played a lot of Merc, and there's no way I would have been able to play that class 1v3. It wouldn't have worked. You're torn between Hunger and Mistfall. Hunger is cool, but you remember having a ton of fun in Mistfall, but you didn't get the end game content either. Well, Ethug, you don't really have to be torn because Mistfall's coming out months before Hunger ever releases. So you don't even have to choose. You can just play Mistfall and then just ride it out until Hunger releases, and then you can play both games. Like, it's not like they're both releasing at the same time, so it's not really much of a problem, I think. I mean, I don't really think dying look, if someone wants to waste their time and die twice to go fight bots in chaos mode, I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you are at that point, you're just as long as you're like a decent player, you're just hindering yourself. Because you know what the hidden progression is in Mistfall? The hidden progression, it's not gear. It's not like your camp. It's your PvP, like it's your skill, your hidden progress of getting better at the game. That is like a big part of Mistfall's progression. You can't like see it, right? Obviously, but like over time, when you fight more and more and more players, you just get better. You know, all you're doing at that point is hindering yourself. I promise you, if you spend all your time going into bot lobbies to free farm, I will kill you in worse gear with no problem. I promise I will kill you. All you are doing is hurting yourself, and you're not getting good at PvP. That's just, you're wasting your time. I promise you, Mistfall Hunter's skill ceiling is high enough that if you are just never PvPing and you're only just trying to free farm like those easy lobbies, it's not going to matter to me because I just don't care, because like you're probably just not gonna be good enough to really do anything in PvP, you know? So I don't really see that as like a problem, because if you want to hinder yourself by doing that, go for it. I don't care. Like, I'm just saying, like, you are actively hurting yourself. Like, the gear and stuff does not matter anywhere near as much as practicing and getting good at the game. Like, that's just how it is. Like, if you are full legendary and you are bad at the game, and if you have never PvP'd and all you do is try to like free farm those dead lobbies, like, you are going to lose your legendary kits so fast, because you're not going to have any idea like how to really play in different matchups, and you're going to lose it. Like, it's just a waste of time. I mean, what else can I really say? Dungeonborn coming back. It's interesting. I'll keep an eye out for it to see what the devs are doing. I haven't like completely passed it off as bad or like nor am I looking forward to it. I'll just kind of like wait and see what happens. Well, RMTers are going to exist in every single game, no matter what you do. Every multiplayer game, regardless of what it is or how it's set up, is going to have real money stuff. There is nothing that the Mistfall developers can do that will stop it. Not completely, at least. I mean, that's been a big like pain point in Dark and Darker as well. But yeah, it doesn't matter what you do. You're always going to have RMT problems. So I don't really think RMT is necessarily like a good reason to change that core fundamental. I think the good outweighs the bad here. Like the benefits of bots being in to help new players not just get shit on constantly, I think is better than the cons of people cheesing bot lobbies or whatever you want to call it. I feel like it's more good than bad. And again, if you're someone who doesn't die a lot, you're probably never going to see bots in chaos because you have to die at least twice in a row in order to see a lobby, and then as long as you don't die again, you instantly go back to regular lobbies and like you're good. I mean, you shouldn't see them very often. Yeah, I don't have the same, like, I mean, ultimately, I am a sweaty extraction player, you know, I am like, top percentile, and I'm not saying I'm like the best, I'm not saying I'm the best player, I'm just saying that I am like I am the minority in that I am like a hardcore extraction player, so my like resilience in dying to other players and losing gear and stuff is a lot higher, whereas there's a lot of players that are not really used to this genre, and their opinion on that kind of thing is going to be very different than mine. So who am I to say that pity bot lobbies shouldn't exist when they barely affect me, when they might get some new players to actually stick the game and learn how to play properly? I don't know. That's just my thoughts. I overestimate your teammates. You're going to be botting, no choice. Are you saying that your teammates, like, you're all going to get killed a lot and see bots a lot? I mean, it could happen. I'm not, yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, that's that's fair. That is fair. That is fair. How will Mistfall earn their money? Well, the game is not going to be free to play. We've already, I haven't like been over that in this. It's going to be down lower, but the game is definitely not going to be free. Would I provide real ID to curb and stomp cheaters and RMT completely? Would I provide real ID for that? I feel like my information is already out there anyway. I would consider it. I feel like your info is already out there so much that I like that's almost, but you know, the problem with that is most people would not. So even if that was an option, the game would never succeed because nobody would play it. So even if my answer is like, maybe I would do it if it meant that there was absolutely no cheaters or RMT, I don't think it would be successful because a lot of people care way more about their info being online than I do. I don't know, I kind of feel like your identity is just out there. If you have like any social media whatsoever, like if you have even if you have a Facebook from 10 years ago, like your data's out there. I feel like that's just kind of how it is nowadays. Maybe I should care more. Yeah, maybe I should care more, but maybe I've just accepted it. I guess. I guess that's like defeat or something. Although technically you could consider the game free if you have Game Pass, because Game Pass it's supposed to be free. Okay. Season length. I have a little bit to talk about this too. The current season, I'm sorry, I can't talk. The current considered duration for a season is 3 to 4 months. All right, so I am gonna base this off of the most recent playtest because that's kind of all we have to go off of. I personally think that Mistfall does not have enough content for more than 3 months before a wipe. I don't know how many other people would agree with that, but I feel like Mistfall's content is, I would actually compare it kind of similar to Dark and Darker in that there's really not a lot to do endgame. Like I feel like the PvP progression loop just isn't built for months and months and months. So I personally think at most, I think the 3 month period for a season is a sweet spot. So 4 times a year total. I think that would be perfect. The 4 months I'm a little bit worried about. I think 4 is too long. I personally like Dark and Darker actually changed this too. Dark and Darker used to have like seasons, and they would say like, oh, maybe like 3 months or so, and then they would go for like 4, 5, or 6, and the game would just super dwindle because nobody wanted to play the game because the game is just, it's just boring when everybody has everything and there's no like new stuff to do. So if it was up to me, I would make the season 3 months and just cut it off there and just move on. I know it's only a month, but that is an extra wipe a year, and I feel like that does matter. So I don't know. I feel like 3 months is a good duration based on the current content of Mistfall. I just don't think there's enough right now. I don't know if anybody else would agree with that, but I don't know. I really, don't get me wrong, I like Mistfall's combat. I think the game is fun, but I don't think there's like a super big amount of endgame content yet. So 3 months is probably as long as it should realistically go. Probably because they're trying to add content patch every wipe, so they want to give themselves time to make enough content. I mean, that's fine, but I'm just a little bit worried about how popular the game is going to be the longer the wipe goes. Because at a certain point, gear, like, it's going to be the same as Dark and Darker, where the gear is so prevalent that there's nothing left to really do. So it will get boring at a certain point. I just don't know how long it's going to take based on the because I'm sure they're going to change the gear values for release. I'm sure the gear won't be quite as frequent as it was in the playtest. So I don't know. We'll just have to kind of wait and see what goes on with that. But yeah, that's all. That's it. For me personally, I feel like 3 months is like about the longest I would go. Just my own opinion on that. Well, yeah, I mean, Mistfall doesn't even have an arena, so trying to really extend the season too long, I just don't know what the hell you'd really be doing, you know? Arc Raiders is a great example of what not to do as far as adding content goes. That game, even though it had a really big launch, that's really can't be argued, or, you know, you can't really deny that. Arc Raiders, like, the way they did updates was terrible. So you know, I don't know. I hope that Mistfall does not fall into the same trap that Arc Raiders did, and, you know, just releasing basically nothing to do, and then eventually everyone just leaves. Also, Arc Raiders, well, Arc Raiders has no wipes. So without wipes, and, well, it's actually a mixture of multiple things. Arc Raiders has no wipes, it's full of duping, and it's full of cheating. So, like, those three things combined, I don't know how anybody can enjoy that game. It's just cheaters running around with fully duped, like, bobcats and shit, and it's like, well, okay, I guess it's fun. And the cheaters, like, and those duped items will never be gone. Like, they will just be duped basically forever. So the economy is ruined. That's one downside of not wiping your game. If a dupe enters the game and you don't get a handle of it, your game is ruined because now you have infinite duped items that can never be resolved. Well, no, Arc Raiders has optional wipes. There's a big difference between the two. So because Arc Raiders does not have a mandatory wipe, the duped weapons will never be gone because the people that have huge amounts of duped bobcats are not wiping themselves. So, like, yeah, you can self-wipe yourself, but like, here's an example. I could wipe on Arc Raiders, and then I could go and trade someone that has dupe Bobcats, and then from the very moment I start the game, I already have a full inventory of high top tier weapons. No problem. Because not everybody gets wiped, so you can just trade with other people to get what you need. And the problem is that the stuff that you're getting is duped. So it doesn't really, it feels like lame, you know? Dark and Darker has had many times where stuff has gotten duped, like artifacts and stuff. It's been a big problem. But those have been mostly resolved because once a wipe comes, you can kind of clean slate it and like fix the economy basically. Like imagine if Dark and Darker never had a mandatory wipe. There would be people with hundreds, if not thousands, of duped artifacts. And there would be nothing that Iron Mace could do about it at a certain point. So that's kind of the downside of not wiping your game, at least for me personally. I saw Sam, but it didn't really interest me, personally. I was gonna try Sam, but I don't know, it just didn't really, I don't know. It didn't really, like, pull me in like I was hoping it would. Well, you know, that's kind of the problem with multiplayer games nowadays is people like to ruin the game by cheating and duping. And separate, like, I consider duping cheating, but people also cheat with ESP or aimbot or all that other bullshit. So, yeah, it's unfortunate that that's how it is, but that's my biggest worry with games that don't wipe is the moment that people start duping and stuff like that, and you don't wipe, now the game is forever ruined. Like, Arc Raiders, for the entirety of the game's lifespan, is going to have dupe weapons, and there's nothing they can do about it. You can't get rid of them. How do you do it? They're everywhere. So it's just, it is what it is. So, I mean, that's fine that weapons lose durability in Arc Raiders, but there are so many dupe weapons out there that it really doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying for me personally, I would not play a multiplayer game where people are running around with duped items. That makes me not want to play it. I just wouldn't do it. All right. Class balance and combat mechanics. How will the balance be between solos and trios? This has always been like a big topic too. We will make distinct adjustments based on separate data collected from solos and trios rather than applying blanket changes to balance. This is kind of a broad sentence. However, I think the important thing to take from this is that in Mistfall Hunter, different abilities have different cooldown reduction rates based on solos versus trios. So I think the entire like point of that question or answer is they're not going to balance an ability blanket. They're going to look at how stuff is reacting in solos versus trios and then adjust it and adjust each skill or trait based on, you know, how it's doing. And then they'll add that like little, you know, change in there. Because they already had it done. They already had certain skills that would be affected by being in trios. So they're already kind of working on that now, but they clearly have a lot of work to do in terms of like that balance goes. So we'll kind of see how that goes as time goes on. Well, I think combating cheating nowadays, I think it's hard. Like, I guess that's an easy thing to say, but it feels like the cheaters are just so overwhelming nowadays. It's crazy. I definitely am not I'm definitely not jealous of the work the developers have to do to combat cheating in their games. It sounds like one of the worst parts of game development is having to deal with cheaters. Like, that just sounds terrible. I'm glad I do not have to deal with anything like that. And I don't know, I feel like it's kind of fair. I think you have to give at least a little bit of leeway to developers that, you know, cheating is a constant back and forth, you know, like whack-a-mole. I mean, Rust, one of the most popular games on Steam, I know it's up there, like still to this day has a huge cheating problem, and no matter how many times they ban people, they always come back. It's just really hard. You feel like I'm one of the few that tries not to cheat? What do you mean? Oh, streamers that cheat piss me off. Any streamer or content creator that cheats in order to make like better content to basically get famous. I can't stand people that do that. They're like they're in like my like absolute bottom list. I cannot stand people that do that. Just makes me mad. Because like I feel like I've spent so much time trying to like legitimately make content without resorting to any of those kind of shenanigans. So whenever it comes out that like a big creator has just been using cheats and is very clearly just getting a massive following by cheating, I always get like kind of mad. Understandably so, right? Well, most people cheat for kind of like the instant gratification. I kind of look at it like a mobile game. Like, you know, like mobile games, they're usually not challenging. They're literally just like dopamine machines. I kind of feel like cheating in a game kind of puts it on the same level where you basically have no effort required from your end, but you get all the benefits. So it's almost like you can pretend you're basically paying money to be quote unquote good. You're not good, but you're paying to basically be broken in a game that you're not supposed to be. So you're kind of like it's kind of like swiping your credit card in like a random mobile game, right? That's kind of like how I feel at least. I just know it's very stupid. It's definitely not. I definitely wish that was wish that wasn't how gaming was nowadays. Well, cheating just because other people are cheating to basically compete, I don't feel like has ever been a good reasoning for it. But I will say, not cheating, but like if there's like a game exploit that everybody is doing, I'm not talking about duping. I'm talking about like a something that is gameplay changing and developers don't fix it for months and months and months and it basically becomes like a core part of the game at a certain point. Like at that point, I don't really have like a good example of it really. Actually, you know what? I do have an example of it. Anyone remember The Calling? Game I used to play way back. People that are here a lot will know I've talked about that game before. So The Calling had a game exploit where you had a medical kit and you used it, but when you use the medical kit, you can't move. There's no moving allowed. Well, the medical kit, there was a bug where if you held the button and someone hit you, as long as you had the button held, you could actually keep running while healing. And it was completely like, it was game breaking, but the devs didn't fix it for like 6+ months. So to me, like at a certain point, like that kind of exploit becomes not an exploit, but a game mechanic. And I feel like that's the same for other games, whatever it may be. You know, if there's any kind of gameplay that feels like it's cheating, but the devs aren't fixing it, I feel like it's fair game. But dupes and stuff like that are definitely off the table. Like if a dupe is in the game and it's not being fixed, I'm still not going to dupe. But it is pretty shitty when it does happen. So I didn't really play Legacy outside of the first like few months. I only played around launch. I know they had some like crazy animation cancel tech that kind of felt like cheating, where you could kind of 100 to 0 people and there was nothing they could do. But again, I stopped playing Legacy pretty early on because I think Legacy pretty much every like from the very first month, I think every update was like pretty bad overall. I liked Legacy's combat like in the very beginning, and I felt like it just kept getting worse and worse and less fun over time. So eventually, I just stopped playing the game. So I don't really know exactly what went on with that game, but yeah, I know there was like some kind of animation cancel shenanigans that was going on that was ruining combat there. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter anyway, because game's dead. So, all right. What is the basis for game balance? What balance changes can we expect before and after the official launch? How will you address the issue where melee classes are easily suppressed? So this was a problem specifically. I can tell you from my experience as a merc and my experience as a sorcerer, merc trying to close the gap on range classes was almost impossible against a good player. It was like just really unfun. Um, so it looks like that is being addressed. Mistfall Hunter is an extraction game. Class balance must take the unique characteristics of the extraction genre into account, ensuring minimal deviation in extraction success rates across all classes. Of course, we understand PvE balance is currently the content players enjoy most. For balancing the combat, we have established internal testing environments and workflows. After launch, we also plan to organize exclusive tests with high-skilled players. I don't really know what that means exactly. I am a little bit curious what that even, like, I don't really know what that means exactly. We will set specific requirements for these expert participants to ensure comprehensive test coverage, followed by post-test interviews and discussions. For live game tracking, we have built a data platform to gather player combat statistics, enabling us to make adjustments through both horizontal and vertical data comparisons. Currently, we are utilizing the time before launch to conduct thorough analysis of data collected so far, with plans to buff underperforming classes and tune overperforming ones. So maybe it's not in this thing here. I read, it actually says it's edited. So I'm wondering if it was in there before and they changed it. Now I'm like second guessing myself. But I know that I read that they were currently working on helping melee classes like Merc close the gap on range classes against players like BA and Sork. As a Sork, Mercs felt like a free kill. And as a Merc, it felt really hard to kill those classes. It just didn't feel like a balanced matchup. So again, I don't know what got edited here, so I don't know if it was here before, but yeah, that should be getting hopefully resolved for launch. I guess we'll just see. I'm probably gonna start on Merc when Mistfall starts, and if Merc still feels terrible against range, I'll just swap to like Rogue or something, or whatever I feel like playing. Well, even if WK was worse than Merc, against BA and Sork, it might as well have been the same. Merc was it was so hard to kill BA and Sork as Merc, man. Like when I played Rogue, it was like a very doable matchup. When I played Merc, I might as well have just turned off the game. It was really, really bad against like the better geared players. I hope they address the melee. You know, I really hope Mistfall does not become a range dominated game. I really just hope that doesn't end up happening. I'll be back in a minute, fellas. with how the dodge system works, you waste like 3 dodges just to get near them, then you're you're messed, and you're effed as soon as they dodge away. Yeah, in the current state of game balance, like it feels like with the dodges and everything else that Ranger has in the game, they're pretty much able to stay away from Merc entirely. And Sorcerer as well. I'm not even entirely sure how Merc is supposed to win those matchups against someone of equal skill, because Sorcerer has true damage that goes through shield, and Hammer is too slow to actually ever hit someone who knows what they're doing. Like, you would have to be, like, bad to get killed as a Ranger or Sorc against, like, Hammer Merc, because it's so easy to dodge it. I'm not even sure how you would be able to kill them. It's so freaking slow. It's hilarious. So I'm not really sure how Merc is supposed to be able to compete necessarily, but yeah, I don't know. All I can do is just say that I hope they get it fixed. You know, I hope I can play Merc and not feel like I have to swap classes because the class is so garbage against range. Because ultimately, like, I'm not gonna, if Merc is my favorite class and I have, you know, and I have matchups like Rangers that I literally cannot kill no matter how much I try, I'm just gonna swap to like Rogue or something and just play the game for fun until they fix it. Because I'm not gonna play a class that like hinders me. You know, as long as it's a skill matchup, I'm fine with that. I'm not saying I want range to be weak. I just want it to be like a reasonable matchup. You know, so I hope they like kind of get that figured out. Hey, you enjoyed Mistfall because they finally had European servers and you didn't lag as much. Yeah, I'm glad they added the like new servers for this recent test. I'm still not really sure what's going on with that region lock, but I'm at least glad they added new servers to the game. Well, Rogue melee could kill Black Arrow and Sorcerer, but that's also because Rogue was insanely strong. Like Rogue is in a different tier of its own compared to Mercenary. But yeah, as far as playing Merc goes, it really felt like a miserable matchup. Like it was not fun at all. It really wasn't. And when I played Sorcerer, like Merc honestly felt like a free kill because Sorc can go through shields. Their fireballs do true damage, and it's a lot of true damage too. So even if a Merc is blocking, it won't matter. You'll go straight through their shields, so they'll never be able to catch you, and they can't block you. So it's basically up to the sorcerer to make like 5 mistakes in a row to let you kill them. Like you really should not be dying to a Merc as a sorcerer or Black Arrow. Why is Hammer being called out specifically? Because it's been called out that Hammer is so slow and it's like not really fun to use. Hammer was almost never used in the last playtest. So we'll talk about that. What are your thoughts? Oh my god. What are your thoughts and improvement plans for Hammer? Are there plans to buff underutilized class weapons or make specific adjustments to classes like Sorcerer, Seer Mace, Wither Knight, and Shadow Strix? Alright, regarding the Hammer, we have always intended it for it to be relatively slow but possess devastating power. We'll maintain this identity and make necessary changes based on live data. So, yeah, we can talk about Hammer for a minute. Hammer is so slow that I don't think it is reasonable to really kill anyone at range with it. Like most of your attacks, it takes a while to get to the enemy. You do one dodge, and then you're kind of a sitting duck waiting for the attack animation to finish, and they hit you for free. And then you just keep doing that over and over again until you die. So using hammer and trying to fight range is just bad. You're better off basically hoping I mean, even Sword and Shield doesn't have enough mobility, so this is the problem with Merc. The problem with Merc is that you do not have the gap close potential for range classes. So Hammer is too slow. A lot of the Hammer moves are also bad, by the way. Like the Hammer Rock Sling. That's probably one of the worst abilities in the game. I don't think I got hit by it a single time the entire playtest. I tried it, but it just doesn't work. The traits for it, unironically, I think might make it worse because it turns the rocks into like smaller rocks, and it's just funny. Like it's just not great. But yeah, even like the better moves on hammer, I feel like they're so slow that they're very easy to dodge. So that in lies the problem of mercenary, in that with sword and shield and hammer, you just do not have the gap close potential to realistically be able to beat a kiting BA or Sork. But yeah, according to them, they're not going to change hammer slowness. So as far as solos go, unless the hammer ever becomes faster, I do not see how hammer would ever become more meta. I did fight a hammer merc towards like the end of the beta in full legendary, and it did take a while to kill him, but ultimately I still beat him with only sword and shield. So I do maintain that sword and shield merc is better than hammer merc. Maybe in like trios there might be some use, but I haven't played a lot of trios, so I can't talk too much on that. But yeah, most mercs that I saw when fought were all using sword and shield, not hammer. So I guess we'll kind of wait and see on that. But yeah, for as long as hammer's as slow that it is, it will never be a good gap closer for range classes, unfortunately. Oh, what are we talking about? You found an exact response in good Fun Corp Discord? Wait, what are we talking about? It's simple. We're from Russia. NDA doesn't have much power in our country, and I'll tell you it doesn't. Oh, you guys must be want something else. I'll just ignore it for now. Yeah, never mind. I thought you guys were talking about I thought you guys were talking about something else. I'll just ignore it. Thunderpots would help hammer. You know what's funny? I don't even think you would die. I don't even think you would get hit by a hammer with Thunderpots. Because all it takes is one dodge, and it's not even like a hard timing. You just dodge when they get close to you with hammer, and then you can instantly counterattack while they're stuck in the animation. And eventually, like it won't take that many misses until you just kind of die from there. I do think there should be some kind of, it does feel like some kind of throwable is missing that has some kind of slow to it, but I don't know if you want the game to become like Dungeonborn Thunderflash spamming. So it's hard to really say what's going to go on with that. But I don't know. Yeah, really that's it. Just hammer just feels like very slow to me. For class optimization, we will make adjustments based on live data, striving to ensure every weapon has environment that excels, whether solo, trio, PvE, or PvP. So they do mention here that they're going to make adjustments based on solo or trio. I've seen some comments that are clearly wrong or misunderstood. I've seen comments saying that this game is only balanced for trio and it's not going to be balanced for solo. That is quite literally not true, unless they're lying in their Ask Me Anythings, which if they are, then well, I guess shame on them. But as far as I'm aware, I have always seen from the developers that they plan to, balance the game with solo and trio in mind. So just putting it out there. If you're wondering about solo versus trio balance, that is planned to be balanced. So, well, if Hammer was just a little bit faster or had a little bit more mobility total, I think it'd be fine. But in the current state, it just feels kind of underwhelming is the problem. All right. How will issues like stagger canceling, stun locking, and crowd control immediate immunity be addressed? Yeah, there was talks about the stun locking still. It's kind of weird. I don't really completely understand it. So compared to the last playtest, the stun locking was pretty much non-existent. There were a few things that were like cheesy. The stun locking, I think, was coming from stuff that wasn't really the way the game should be working. In a normal chain, you get hit twice and you dodge away, and then it kind of goes from there. There were some instances, and I think it talks about it here, where you could get crowd controlled in a way where you couldn't get away, and those are problems. Anything that goes outside of the game's basically the way the intended loop is supposed to be. Get hit twice, dodge for free. Anything outside of that is bad. But yeah, I saw some people saying that like the game was just full of nothing but stun locking and they couldn't play the game, which I definitely do not think is true. I was not myself abusing like stun locking for most of the playtests. Like I wasn't really, except maybe like the rogue, I wasn't really abusing like stun locking infinite mechanics. A lot of my gameplay was Merc, which does not do that. So I definitely do not think that is necessarily a problem. Nowhere near a problem, as much a problem as some people have like made it out to be. Yeah, if you could, it's funny. I think people just didn't play in previous playtests because if you compare last playtest to this previous one, like 2 times ago, it is night and day how much more forgiving the crowd control stun locking is compared to where it was before, minus those crows from Rogue that were like kind of silly. Yeah, the full stun locks. I mean, yeah, people must not remember or must have not experienced how bad it was when you got exhausted in the old days. So before, dodging costs energy, and if you dodge and lost all your energy, you would sit there exhausted, unable to do anything except for light attack. So basically, you are, I mean, and you couldn't get away. So you got exhausted, someone starts hitting you, and you get hit for like 5 or 6 seconds while you're sitting there trying to gain your energy. It's basically a free like kill at that point. The forgiveness now compared to where it was before is completely different. So I definitely don't feel like it's nearly as bad as it was before. Will mechanics like jump casting, black arrow debuffs, and first strike be adjusted? That's another thing I've talked about before. I've been talking about this since like 2 playtests ago. I think jump casting slash sky piercer are kind of a weird fit for this game. I think giving someone stats, damage, and energy reduction cost by spam jumping the entire game is bad game design. I don't think it's very fun to watch or see used. Jumping is already kind of like just like advantageous on its own. I don't know. I'm a little bit like I don't really like the jump gameplay of Sork. When I play Sork, I do use it because I feel like it's what you're supposed to, but I'm not really a huge fan of it personally. Currently, the only way to stagger is through breakaway. We want the combat experience to feel like a tactical mind game with counter play. Initiating an attack means attempting to recovery or to recover frames and risk that comes with that in return. That risk grants you combo opportunity upon hitting the enemy. Therefore, stagger cannot be canceled at will. I really think the current breakaway stagger mechanic is fine. Get hit twice and then dodge away. I don't really feel like that's a problem. Regarding stun locking, we noticed that during the test, players discovered some inescapable crowd control. Yeah, like the like rogue dagger stun into crows and then getting like instant kill by dual sword. That whole thing was like pretty silly. We will look into introducing mechanics like diminishing returns on crowd control to alleviate the issue. However, as long as well-coordinated CC chain between teammates is not too easy to pull off, we do not plan to restrict it for now. Yeah, so I don't know. It's really, we'll just kind of have to wait and see. I hope Rogue is not broken on release. That's like one thing I'm like a little bit worried about is Rogue balancing, because Rogue was really strong during the last test. Hey, Dr. Crohn's. Yeah, we've been talking about the Ask Me Anything information that's been given. We're about like a third of the way through. We've been kind of going one by one and kind of deep diving on all the changes that are coming. So I'm gonna be real. If you were playing Sorcerer and you were getting stun locked by melee classes and dying, that was completely your own fault, and it was you needing to like learn how to play the game and get more experience. Sorcerer, I played Sork and Black Arrow against melee was 100% winnable, and against Mercenary, it was basically a free kill. So ultimately, that just comes down to your own, like, you just need to get, it's just, you need practice is what it comes down to. And I think that in part is because Mistfall Hunter at its core is a decently high skill ceiling game. So I think the really good players are going to be really good in this, and it's gonna be a little bit of like catch up slash, just I'm curious how it's gonna be, in 3 months, a year down the road when you have players that are at, 1,000 hours, 2,000 hours plus, maybe more, playing. I'm curious, like, exactly how good those players are going to be compared to, the novices that are like just starting to play. At a certain point, it's going to be pretty important that the new players are not in the same lobbies as players that have 2,000 hours in the game, because they probably will have zero chance of winning. So that's going to be like a whole thing they'll have to address at a certain point, I'm sure. I'm hoping that the Cataclysm, or the, yeah, like, Cataclysm? The chaos, not cat of the chaos. Hoping the chaos mode versus normals help separate it. I mean, really, there's no reason for you as an experienced player to be in normals unless you're leveling up your character, learning how to play the game, which, or whatever, like at the start of seasons. I feel like once your character is maxed out and like you know what you're doing, there's really no reason to not be in chaos mode. So that's just kind of something to consider. Well, that is true. Sork is harder to play than Black Arrow. I'm just telling you from a sorcerer perspective because I've played sorcerer in like every playtest, that I am able to usually pretty efficiently kill melee classes. But that said, yes, I do agree that sorcerer, or that BA is just easier and just kind of does what sorcerer does, but a little bit better. But I think both classes are strong for sure. Hey, very easy. Welcome. Okay. Regarding crowd control, wait, did I read this part already? Regarding crowd control will carefully evaluate the ease of executing CC abilities. Yeah, so they'll just basically we'll have to wait and see what they do for crowd control stuff. Can shields provide true blocking capabilities, allowing shields to mitigate 100% of incoming damage, but overly reward passive play and make combat dull? However, we have left room in our equipment loadout system for players to build towards high damage reduction rate when blocking. I am a little bit confused by this question at all. So, the only class that can block is Merc, right? I don't think any other class in the game has blocking. They have parries. Like Wither Knight can do like the parry bubble. Sorcerer has a parry. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't believe any class other than Merc has a block. And Mercenary has Bulwark, which allows you to build to 100% block rate with 6 talent investment. I never really saw a problem with that personally. I feel like if you want 100% block, you should probably have to invest a few points in it because it is really, really strong in this game, especially with all the talents that Merc has to offer. So I'm like a little bit confused on this. The only thing I will say is there were times where I considered that I shouldn't even be running Bulwark at all because so many classes had true damage that the blocking wasn't even really that good. Like, for example, Sorcerer Fireball does true damage, so even if you block it, you actually don't block the damage, so you're wasting your talent points into Bulwark. So towards the end of the test, I considered completely dropping it and getting a better stat. So I'm not even sure if Bulwark 100% is worth it at the moment or not. It might not really be worth the, like, hassle. Because the thing is, it stops healing. So if you're blocking and you get hit, it still stops healing, which I hate, by the way. Blocking 100% of damage and then still losing your potion proc against range classes like Ranger is super obnoxious. So, yeah, I'm not really sure if it's ever worth going for 100% block or not, but regardless, yeah, that's, it's kind of where we're at. Yeah, if you want 100% block, you have to build Bulwark. That's pretty much all it comes down to. Yeah, I mean, again, I considered for a while whether I should be building Mercenary for Bulwark or not, because getting better stats might just be better. because so many classes just kind of either ignore or, again, they stop your healing. So I don't really know what the point is of blocking 100% of damage. Besides maybe, like, killing PvE a little bit easier while blocking. But yeah, as far as PvP goes, I feel like so many classes are hitting through shields anyway, it's, like, not that big of a deal. And the energy cost reduction is, like, pretty minimal. It's, like, 8 or 9% or something, so when you get hit, like, when your shield gets hit, you still lose a lot of energy, so it's not even, like, that crazy. The best part about the bulwark, or the best part about the shield block build is not even the blocking part, it's the Indomitable Will. It's that damage reduction stat that you get on top of it. Like, that's what makes shield so good, I think. Right. Progression, forging, inventory economy. Can auction house slots be increased and made character specific? How will you maintain balance around players from buying high-end gear too easily? We plan to increase number of auction house slots upon launch. I am curious how many, though, because I think it was easily 2 times lower than it needed to be, maybe even more. So we'll see if it's increased by, like, 2 or, like, way more. And we will be removing the automatic restocking mechanic. So if you're not aware, in the playtest, the developers were restocking gear, like, that was artificially created. So they were just printing legendary gear and stuff like that, which is why it was so easy to get. So that mechanic will be gone on release. So the economy is going to be very different. Well, I'm also a 1v1 kind of player. I'm not really much of a trio player myself. All right. Will a dedicated gem warehouse be added? Supporting stacking, filtering, displaying affixes. Can characters get personal warehouse space? Can you stack limits for building and upgrading material increase? A dedicated gem warehouse is in our future pipeline. Yeah, the gem system, there were so many different types of gems, and it, like, really kind of overflowed the stash space. This is definitely something that needs to be done. It looks like it won't be in time for season 1, which is unfortunate. But yeah, like, this is something that desperately needs to be, like, added to the game. Expanding personal warehouse is under consideration, but we do not plan to increase stack size for materials. Honestly, that's kind of unfortunate. The stack size for materials was hilariously low. I think it was like 5, or I think it was like maybe 5 for, like, certain, like, forging mats. So holding materials was not really much of an option. Like, the warehouse is just really small. The fact that they just say under consideration tells me they don't realize just how limiting and bad their storage currently is, which is a little bit concerning. Similar issue in Legacy, funny enough. Yeah, like, Dark and Darker used to have that problem, but they fixed it over time. But it looks like they have not quite realized how much of a importance stash space is. So hopefully they figure that out sooner than later. Yeah, I genuinely do not understand the point of limiting stash, like, stack space. It doesn't really make sense. Like, what is the... It's not like someone is going to be more overpowered because they have a few, like, because they have higher stack sizes in their stash space. Like, that's not really a thing. So I'm not exactly sure, like, why this is even, like, a big, like, problem point for them. Well, we need auction house slots and stash space. The problem is you might not have realized how much the stash space was a problem unless you played multiple characters. Every character had shared stash, and there was no private stash. So that means if you played all 6 characters, you had to somehow fit 6 characters worth of gear and items in that little stash area, which was really, really hard to do. I would actually argue it's impossible. I would challenge you to play all 6 characters and have gear for every class, like, ready to go, like, to change in your stash. I legitimately do not think it's possible. Like, it's just, it's bad. So sure, if you play one class and one class only, you probably didn't notice it. But the moment if you're someone like me who plays multiple classes, it's a really big pain point because it makes it really hard to swap between. So that's my biggest issue. Is it would be a little bit better if every character had its own private stash, and then you had a shared stash, just like Dark and Darker is actually a good example. They do it. That's one thing they actually do well. So if we had, your normal stash, and then it was again separate for every character, so you could hold your gear, and then you had an extra stash tab that was shared, so you can move stuff between your characters. I think that would be ideal. I would be fine with that. But right now, with everything being shared, it makes it really hard to play more than a couple, like one or two classes at most, without your storage overfilling. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. For a loner like you could find one guy to play duo, but trying to find trios is a lot harder. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, duo is definitely a lot easier to play than trios are. 100%. Well, yeah, I'm wondering, like, it almost seems like the devs want you to vendor literally everything you come across, because there's no possible way anybody's storing that much stuff in your stash. It's so limited, it's kind of, like, sad. Yeah, so basically it's really just going to affect me, because again, most people do not play more than one class, or at least don't main more than one class. I feel like I'm one of the few people that do. And I don't play like just one or two. Like I play 5 or 6 classes. So it is going to be a lot harder for me to do that, but I'll just have to make do and do what I can. But it is going to be a really big pain point for me. What would make me mad is if the stash is as limited as it is and they start selling considerable stash space, because at that point it feels like they're doing it on purpose to force you to buy stash space. That would actually kind of make me annoyed. But anyway, can the forging crafting system be sped up or reworked? Will we be able to salvage equipment and gems to obtain materials? The time required for forging will be optimized, but we are not considering a total rework or a salvaging system at this time. These features may be added to our pipeline in the future. So I am a little bit curious. It says the time required will be optimized, so I'm assuming the timing for forging will be lower. But I am wondering exactly where that's going to be in the long run. Because it was like 10, 12 hours for a blue. And if you upgraded, I think it was still like a few hours. And then like purple and legendary could be upwards of 16 to 24 hours long. It was like mobile game levels of crafting time. So this was like a really weird decision. Like it really did feel like I was playing a mobile title. So I hope they fix this for launch, because it was like really weird looking. I play too many classes. Well, not everybody likes to just play one class. I don't think that's... You shouldn't be punished as a player for playing multiple classes. I can do it in Dark and Darker just fine. Dad has a perfect solution to it. They have individual character stashes for keeping your gear and stuff, and then they have shared stash tabs to transfer your gear so you can stay like self-found and move your stuff around. I like that. I really feel like that's a perfect system. I really don't know what, like, I think they should just copy it over. I really think that's a great system. Will loot drop rates and diversity be adjusted? Are there plans to make top tier gear account or PvE exclusive? Our loot drops will gradually become more diverse as season progresses. So this is something interesting. What this tells me is that they are planning to have the drop rate lower early season, and then they're going to increase it as the season goes on. I assume kind of as like a catch-up mechanic. I'm not really sure how that's going to look in practice, but that's what it reads to me. The most common way to obtain top tier gear is by defeating Mist Lords on Cataclysm difficulty. I thought it was Chaos difficulty. Is it Cataclysm? Maybe it is. Which inherently requires strong PvE capabilities. I know I didn't do a lot on stream, but I will do it on launch. I did bossing off stream, and I think it's pretty good in Mistfall. So if you're not aware, if you die in Mistfall, you revive one time, But if you die, like, to the boss, you actually revive in the boss room, and then the boss resets. So, you can risk-free fight the boss 1 time per game, and not have to worry about dying, and then if you fail, you just don't have another PvE revive, which is not a big deal whatsoever. And when you revive, I believe you actually have full HP. I think you revive with full health. So, yeah, I think bossing is very forgiving, and I will like that is a forgiving enough mechanic that I will definitely like boss for sure. The revive is only PvE. Yes, that is. I do want to make sure you understand this. Yes, if you die in PvP, you will never revive. You have to die to PvE. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. The wine should last more than 1 round. Um, I think the wine is fine lasting 1 round. It's gonna there's a mention later down, so I didn't want to like talk about it like now. But I will just say that having the wine option to just refresh over and over again would be nice, so I don't have to go back every round. That I think that would be enough. Although having an option to pay to, you know what? I would be fine if there was an option to basically pay for multiple rounds at once. So like, like the wine has a cost option. Maybe if there was a scroll bar, so you could make it like 5 or 10 and then just buy 10 wines in a row. I'd be fine with that too. Oh, we're gonna be, trust me, the PvE is gonna be a big conversation point. We're getting there. We're like 2 away. We're close. Oh, the drinks are right here. Why don't I just read that instead? Okay, can loadout save beverage buffs and consumables. We may roll out an update during the season that allows loadouts to save beverage buffs and carry consumables. So there you go. They're already considering beverage buff saves. So, like, yeah, of course I want beverages to save. We'll just have to wait until that actually goes through, pretty much. Yeah, having to sit through the wine animation every game does get old. I definitely do agree. So, having an option would be nice. I definitely don't, like, disagree or anything with that. Ghosts can be killed by players? Oh, really? See, that's news to me. I was not aware of that. But I was specifically talking about bossing, so I can't, like, I don't have, like, gameplay to show you. I wonder if I have recorded it. I don't know if I ever did. I'm curious. Here, give me a sec. I have, like, some files saved, but I don't know if I ever recorded the, I don't know if I ever recorded the boss fighting is the problem. Yeah, this was when I was playing off stream a bit. I'm just seeing if I did any bosses. I don't think I did bossing during this session, unfortunately. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Damn, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I really thought I did, but I guess not. Dang. I was gonna say, I wanted to actually show you what it looked like when you revive by the boss. I don't know why I didn't record that. I really should have. Yeah. Oops. Oh well. Sorry. Anyway. Yeah. So, when the boss kills you, the fog walls come up so people can't come in, and then if you die to the boss, you revive, and then at that point, you can just leave and then PvP whoever's waiting. I was just gonna show you an example, but like, it doesn't matter. So yeah, I don't know. I think the boss mechanics are very forgiving and new player friendly. Even I, someone who is usually very against bossing because I hate getting third partied, I think the mechanics are so forgiving that even I will boss on stream in Mistfall. So yeah, ultimately, if I'm willing to boss, then you know the mechanics are forgiving, because like I am very against bossing in Dad, because getting third party to griefed is so common. I just can't stand it. It's just boring. I just at a certain point, like I don't want to risk my gear like getting griefed by a boss from a player coming over and messing it up. So yeah, I really like that that Mistfall has that mechanic. Okay. PvE, yeah, so this is a really big talking point that I want to talk about here. Do you plan to add more engaging tasks, high difficulty PvE content, a pure PvE mode, a boss rush, or hidden content, Easter eggs, or lore? More tasks, Easter egg mechanics, high difficulty PvE content will continue to be rolled out with the future updates. A pure PvE mode is also in the works, but it will take some time to complete. All right, so let's talk about PvE a little bit. I'm gonna give an opinion that you might not agree with, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think Mistfall Hunter's PvE is very bare bones in comparison to other competitive Souls-like titles. So what I mean by that is if I were to look at Mistfall Hunter PvE only, not like no PvP, only PvE, and I looked at Mistfall Hunter and I looked at Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Elden Ring, and I just compared those games alone, the amount of content and story that Dark Souls has over Mistfall is just crazy. Like I am telling you straight, as someone, Dark Souls 3 is like one of my favorite games of all time, and I only play it PvE. I don't like do PvP there. I am telling you, if you are playing Mistfall to play PvE Souls like gameplay, you are wasting your time. That is it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You are wasting your time. Mistfall Hunter is probably years away from having enough content to reasonably have a solo PvE, or a singular PvE mode that would compete with other extraction games, or I'm sorry, with other Souls-like games. Why the hell would you play Mistfall when you could play when you could play other Souls games? It's just like you're gimping your own experience at that point. So my concern is not that like PvE bad. My concern is that Mistfall Hunter is very clearly being made in a PvP first mentality. Like the entire game is like structured around PvP. So I do not understand what the point is of working towards a PvE mode this early on. That is, I mean, I have to assume it takes development away from the main game, right? Like I have to assume that having a PvE mode is going to take PvP development. It has to take at least some of it. So I'm just confused because I don't think Mistfall's PvE is very good. Like I think it's fun, but it's fun because it's mixed in with PvP. That's the whole part of the game, is that it's PvPvE. I don't think Mistfall has a lot of staying power as far as being a purely PvE Souls-like title, because we have so many better options to play that I don't know why you as a consumer would play Mistfall over Dark Souls or Elden Ring. I honestly don't know why you would even play this game. If this was a PvE game, I would never even have played it at all. I might have played it for a little bit and I would have got bored very quick because there's not a lot of PvE content in there. So that's kind of where I'm at right now as far as PvE goes, is I don't think this game is even remotely close to having enough content to be a PvE title. So I don't really know what else to say, but that is my current thought process, is I think we have so many other good Souls-like games that I don't see how PvE Mistfall is even comparing to other titles. Well, also, like Mistfall's PvE is pretty short, and honestly, if it's only PvE, I would consider it. Like, again, I don't think it's bad. It's just that, like, Mistfall's selling point is not the PvE. It's the fact that it does both PvP well and has like decent PvE. So it's the fact that it has both. Like that's the big draw of Mistfall Hunter. So I don't know. I feel like this is a waste of time because I just don't think Mistfall Hunter in the current state is a good enough game to only have PvE. That's my problem personally. It's not that I think PvE is necessarily bad in a game, but I do think that Mistfall is not a complete enough game to have PvE as a separate mode. And I feel like if they try to sell it as PvE, I just cannot imagine good reviews coming in based on the current content. That's my current issue. I don't know how many people agree or disagree with that, but that's like my current like thought process for this. I need more water really quick, so I'll be right back. Well, I want to say as far as the PvE goes, like not PvE mode, but the PvE in Mistfall, I think it's in a decent spot. I know I've had some people say they think it's too easy, but I've had experience with overtuned PvE in Dark and Darker. I am telling you, you do not want the meta in Mistfall to be people running past mobs and then basically using the mob aggro to cheese fights. Like you don't Dark and Darker's mobs are so obnoxious. I really don't like they're not necessarily hard, but they're annoying. I really feel like Mistfall does it better. But a part of that is because Mistfall, I feel like, besides this, is not shying away from being very open to being a PvP game. I say that because there was an update that came last playtest that made the monster AI less likely to aggro when you're fighting another player. So there's already mechanics in place to stop like the stop PvE from basically, griefing PvP. So the PvP is more about 1v1 or 3v3 duels or fights, not about who can cheese the PvE the most to like like that's how Dark and Darker feels to me sometimes. So with that said, I really feel like Mistfall at its core loop right now is very solid. I'm worried. I don't think the PvE is particularly great for a PvE only experience. The PvE is built for a PvP game. So it just confuses me a lot. I really don't understand like the point of this. I don't know. Well, every extraction game, a lot of the extraction like melee games that added PvE mode died or they didn't do very well. Like Dark and Darker's PvE mode did so poorly that SDF wanted to remove it from the game and they begrudgingly kept it, but not after removing High Roller PvE from the game. Legacy added PvE mode, but it didn't save the game. I mean, you say people keep adding PvE mode, but I don't really see successful PvE mode. I mean, Arc Raiders PvE mode didn't save the game. It launched very well, but at this point, the player count has dwindled quite a lot. I mean, it's still, I would say Arc Raiders is still successful, but again, I would like to ask you the opposite question. Why does every PvP game need PvE? Why not just play a PvE title instead? Not every PvP, like imagine asking for like Counter-Strike or I mean I don't know. I don't really know like a good example. But like imagine asking for whatever PvP popular game you want to choose. Imagine asking for that to be PvE only. Like Deadlock? Or I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Imagine asking for those games to be PvE only. Or like shoehorn PvE in games that clearly aren't made for it. I feel like it's the same difference. The reason I don't get it is because you have games that are so much better for PvE. Why are you trying to play Mistfall PvE when it's like it would be just a subpar experience. You're just paying for like a bad experience. Like Dark Souls and Elden Ring is going to give you so much more enjoyment and playability with similar type of combat or similar-ish than like playing this game PvE would be. That's what I'm confused. That's what I'm confused about. Yeah, so I don't know. It's just whatever. I mean, the devs are gonna do what they're gonna do. I mean, I'm not whatever. Nothing I say is gonna actually change that. I'm just saying that I just I don't feel like Mistfall Hunter has enough current content to be a good PvE game. That's my biggest concern with it. That's my problem. I think Mistfall would need years of additional content before it would be ready for a full PvE mode. I mean, how long did Escape from Tarkov take to add a separate PvE mode? Like, wasn't it like 5 to 8 years or something like that? I mean, Mistfall is talking about like adding PvE mode like now, and the game's not even out of early out. It's not even like released yet. I mean, if you want to like compare it to Tarkov's PvE, Tarkov was PvP only for many, many years until it had enough content to be a PvE game as well. So, again, the problem is that I don't think Mistfall is ready for PvE. It's just not ready for it. It would need a lot more content to be ready. So, that's really all I got, I guess. Yeah, I would say that Tarkov is very clearly more of a PvE oriented game. Mistfall does not feel like a PvE game. Mistfall really does feel like a PvP first kind of game. That's what Mistfall feels like from my perspective. And I know a lot of people have to feel like it. I know that's not an unpopular opinion. Like okay, if you were to ask me, "Hey, I like to play PvE games. Do you think I should play Mistfall Hunter?" And they said, "Well, I don't mind maybe PvPing a little bit, but I don't want to PvP a lot." And I would tell them to stay far away from Mistfall Hunter because Mistfall Hunter is like it's literally like it's such a PvP game. It's like crazy. If you compare it to other titles like I don't know, whatever you want to call. I mean, whatever game you want to give. If you want to give Tarkov, that's fine. But and then if you add PvE mode to the game, it's just the content, man. I just feel like the game is not ready. So whatever. We'll just move on from it. We'll just keep going. That's all I got. Well, that's really what it comes down to, is that most of the PvE in Mistfall is relatively easy to kill, except for maybe the meatball, the mini bosses, and the boss themselves. And really, how long is it going to take before players are able to, like, pretty much stomp those two? Probably not that long, I imagine. Yeah, I would say Mistfall Hunter is more PvP oriented than Dark and Darker. Like, the PvP modes in Dark and Darker, I think, are less PvP than Mistfall is. I really do feel like that's the case. Well, I think Rust has pretty much always had private servers, and private servers could always, like, make it PvE if they wanted to. I think that's a different thing, right? Unless there's official PvE, I'm not really sure. I haven't really played a lot of Rust. I have like 15 hours on Rust total. Well, that's the problem. Increasing mob aggro, boss difficulty, and general mob mechanics, if you do that blanket across both modes, you're now ruining the PvP mode, and that was my exact fear that I said earlier. And that if you try to shoehorn the PvE balance into PvP, you might actually effectively ruin the current game. Because then you're gonna have very weird metas where people are actively avoiding fighting mobs to just PvP because they don't want to risk getting caught on mobs. Like Dark and Darker, it's a very common thing to run past mobs, open a door and then shut it, and then not fight anything. And people will do that over and over again to go PvP. You do not want the Mistfall meta to follow what Dark and Darker does. And if you do blanket changes like that, you're effectively changing the core of Mistfall, and I don't think it would be for the better. That's kind of like the thought process there. You don't have to do it for both modes. Not necessarily, but now you're talking about a bunch of dev time that's going towards PvE, so I have to ask the question, how, like, is doing all this work for PvE going to negatively impact the progress of PvP mode? Because if it does, it still hurts us, right? If they, I mean, if they allocate a quarter or half of the development team to making this PvE mode, they're effectively not working on like the core game's systems, and now we, for the main game, are suffering by this extra mode that I don't think is even ready to release because I don't think there's enough content to begin with. Yeah, my entire point is that Mistfall is a PvP game, so you're just shoehorning PvE into a game that isn't made for PvE. That's all. I don't know. That's it. I'm gonna move on. I think we've pretty much talked it to death. I don't want to repeat myself like 10 times. All right. Well, maps. Oh my god. Will maps feature randomly generated diversity? Will you add labyrinths, better utilization of verticality? Random events make maps feel more alive with more non-aggressive enemies or new combat moves. Randomized terrains are currently in development. However, due to high technical difficulty and the massive work, they will not be implemented immediately after launch. I really hope the game does not become where the maps are completely randomized. I don't I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like learning a map and being able to play on a map that I'm familiar with. So I don't really want the game to be just a bunch of random modules every single game. I'm like, I don't really know. I'm not really a big fan of procedural generation for games like this. I prefer having like static. I prefer having static maps that you can learn how to play. If you want to have a random map, that's fine, but I don't think I think at the very least you should do what Mr. X just said. And you should have one map be random, and you should have other maps be static. I feel like static maps are just way more fun than random ones are. Well, the problem is Dark and Darker is clearly not easily fixable because they've been struggling for years and the game has not been able to fix their systems. My experience with procedural generated maps is usually very negative. I really do not want that in Mistfall, but again, that's just my own preference, I guess. I wouldn't mind random map events. That would be fun. I don't mind random things happening on the map itself. I think that is good for the game. I'm not saying that I need this boss and this mini boss and this enemy to always be in this same exact spot, but I do think having some kind of static map layout to learn, I think, is nice. All right. Other optimizations to enhance fun factor and gameplay will be implemented following launch. So yeah, I don't really have much else to say about that. I would like to see random events for for stuff to do. So that's kind of where I'm at. Well, honestly, I'm kind of scratching my head on having new maps because Mistfall devs are already trying to effectively cut solos out of half the game. They're like really hesitant on adding solos to Brand Guard. So how the hell are we ever going to get any additional maps if they don't even want to give us access to half the game? I'm like really unsure about what the hell they're going to be doing there. It makes me feel like they can never add any other maps because they're not even confident that solos can be on 2 maps. I don't really know what's going on there either. So anyway, let's do 19. How will in-game events be structured? How will you maintain veteran player engagement after endgame loops and seasonal resets? How many more maps and how much more content will the official release have compared to beta? In addition to increasing the diversity and enjoyment of core in-game content through version updates, we'll introduce several seasonal events and challenges to maintain engagement. I'm curious what they mean by seasonal events and challenges. I guess stuff that'll give you like special unlocks. Maybe like Dark and Darker where you get like the season religion grinds and stuff for cosmetics, maybe. Not exactly that, but maybe that's like an idea. We also plan to roll out long-term challenge modes in the future, such as dungeon runs and multi-floor tower climbs. That sounds interesting. I wonder how that's going to work out. See, you want to talk about PvE mode. You know what's better than adding a bad PvE mode? Adding endgame PvE content that is hard and gives you like a serious PvE challenge attached to it. Like they're talking about here with dungeon runs and tower climbs and stuff. See that, like, this is PvE content I can get behind. I'm cool with PvE being added to the game as like separate modes. I think that would be fine. I have no issue with stuff like this. I don't think that's like bad at all. The official version will feature different stages, difficulties, and more in-match mechanics, so stay tuned. Yeah, I'll just wait for that. Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be some kind of login rewards. Well, Mistfall's already showed that they're willing to do gacha mechanics with, I mean, it wasn't paid, but I mean, technically the, like, going for a game code and stuff, that was gacha, right? By definition, I believe. So, or at the very least, it's some kind of in-game gambling. So, something tells me they will probably have more gambling mechanics like that sometime soon. We're gonna see like the mobile game phone events where like you go in and like you have to like open up a bunch of different items for random bullshit. I can already see it happening based on the last playtest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, based on where the developers are located and where the game is being made, I am fully anticipating some kind of gambling type mechanics being added to the game. I don't really care. I like gambling. So I don't really, it doesn't bother me at all. If it's there or not, I don't care. I am actually like, I do actually like gambling, but I don't really play a lot of gambling games. My favorite thing is Texas Hold'em. I bet you I have like I probably have played 10,000 hours of Texas Hold'em in my lifetime. I feel like that's not even an exaggeration. I probably have. I'd be surprised if it was lower. I've played so much poker in my years. I think I've been playing poker since I was like 10 or 11, I think. So about 20 years. Yeah, other games already have gambling stuff like CS:GO, so I'm sure we're gonna have mechanics like that in here. I'd be surprised if we didn't. But yeah, I mean, if we want to talk about PvE content being added to the game, that's good and something that I would personally support. Yeah, for sure. Tower climbs and dungeon runs sounds legitimately fun. You know, it also gives you something to do for endgame. Like imagine like you're at like end of the season and they're like, okay, how do we keep players engaged? So they release a, like a floor climb where it's a PvE challenge and you have to like overcome this, you have to like overcome this unique like PvE like event or whatever. Like that stuff sounds cool. I would be like more than happy to do stuff like that. Um, you know, it just needs to be engaging. That's what it comes down to. So if they release engaging PvE separate content, I'll definitely do it. You suck at poker? I feel like I mean, I like to think I'm decent at poker. I don't play it a lot nowadays, but I used to play it a lot back in the day. All right, let's go over the other stuff. All right, UI controls, quality of life settings. Will there be support for one-click button swapping, independent weapon keybinds, custom crosshairs, lock-on toggles, FOV adjustments, and equipment color customization? One-click loadout swapping is already supported. Yeah, I mean, you can already swap loadouts, so I don't know why this was even asked. That makes me think people like, didn't even know that the features existed. More conveniences and development added over time. So I'm a little bit confused. So this says lock one toggles, and they didn't answer it. I really do not think Mistfall needs lock one. I've seen people complain that Mistfall doesn't have lock one, but I really don't feel like that's something that needs to exist. Just me personally, I feel like Mistfall's combat is kind of balanced on the fact that it's not 100% accurate. I just don't think you need lock one for this game. I think it's fine as it is. Honestly, lock one, being that the game has been balanced from day one without lock one, this could actually kill the combat. Because that fundamentally changes the entire balance of every class when you have the ability to always have lock one. Like, I really feel like this should not ever be in the game. I am very hard against that because I don't want it to ruin the balance. Will issues like tutorial prompts blocking the screen be fixed? Will search functions be added to auction and warehouse? Tutorial prompts will be updated so players can manually close them or prevent them from searching again. Search functions will be introduced in subsequent version updates. I mean, yeah, more searching is always good. I didn't really notice tutorial prompts blocking my screen much. Maybe in like the first couple games it might have, but it went away pretty quick. Yeah, could you imagine Black Arrow with the ability to lock on as well? That would be insane. The class would go from broken to just God. I don't know. I don't even know how the hell you'd ever fight it. Yeah, I really like I really am very against lock one. Because I think the mechanic balance wise, again, the game was not made to be balanced around lock one, so that sounds like a nightmare. Yeah, I guess the new player tutorials could get kind of annoying, maybe. All right. Will social features or minigames be added to camp? I'm always fine with like fun stuff being added to the game. I'm always cool with that. Camp functionality will be progressively expanded with more engaging features alongside future seasonal updates. Oh my god, how funny would it be if we got fishing in Mistfall Hunter before Dark and Darker? Come on. I bet we can make it happen. Come on, let's see fishing. SDF said he was gonna add that to Dad like 2 years ago or something. I just think that would be really funny. Oh. Anyway. That's true. Black Arrow does have a perk for like a little bit of lockdown, but at least you have to invest in it. And I don't think it's like a complete lock one. It's a little bit weaker, right? I think. Well, I never said I wanted fishing in Dad, but SDF said he wanted to add fishing in the game like 2 years ago. It was talked about a lot back then too, which is always like kind of funny. Can anybody here confirm? I never played controller or console. Is anybody here a console player? Did you feel like console had like aim assist with the controller? I never tried it, so I don't know if there's heavy aim assist or anything like that in the game. Is it out now? No, Mistfall releases on the 29th, so right now we're just going over the developer like info dump, basically, the Q&A they did recently. So we're going over all the info for the game that's coming. But yeah, if anybody here played on controller and can confirm if like how the game played for you, I would be interested. So there's an aim assist setting that's off by default for controller. Well, that's interesting. Well, if you're gonna have an option for aim assist for controller, I feel like you might as well just have it on by default. That is kind of weird that it would be off. There's not an aim assist button for PC, right? I don't remember ever seeing one. All right. Can the heartbeat audio be disabled when Shadow Strix is in sneak mode? Heartbeat will not be disabled as it's a matter of gameplay balance. All right. I don't know what rogue from Dark and Darker tried to like sneak this question in there, but if they ever buckle on this and they give Shadow Strix full movement invisibility with no heartbeat counterplay, this game is dead. Like, could you imagine just full invisible people just zooming through the map, full speed, no way to ever know they're nearby? I don't know what Shadow Strix that's bad at the game gave this suggestion, but I hate them because this would ruin the game. I am so glad the developers just shut this down immediately because this would be so freaking stupid. I am so glad they are putting their foot down here. We do not need Dark and Darker 2.0. It would actually be worse than Dad, because at least rogues can't like full on send the map invisible. And it wouldn't even just be rogue. It would be like sorcerer and stuff too, because they can also go invis. It would be a nightmare. This would be so stupid. I'm so glad they said no. I could not even imagine. Well, I guess it's not a bad question to answer if someone asked it, but it was a bad question to ask. Whoever asked it. Yeah, it's a bad question to ask. Oh, I guess, you know what, I might have misread it. It does say in sneak mode, so maybe they're asking about a specific mode. So I guess I'll back up and I'll backtrack a little bit. I thought they were asking for heartbeat to be disabled. Wait, actually, maybe I'm not sure. When they say Shadow Strix sneak mode, is there a specific talent called sneak mode where rogue like moves slow? Or is Shadow Strix sneak mode just invisibility? Because I read it as like, can Shadow Strix be invisible with no heartbeat? That's how I read it. So I don't know if this is supposed to be asking for a specific talent, but if it's not and it's just general Shadow Strix invis, yeah, that's like terrible. Just invis, okay, then yeah, then my opinion stands then. Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't sure if there was something I was missing on Shadow Strix where you like moved really slow to like, I wasn't sure if there was something there, but yeah, I stand by what I said. This game is very clearly balanced on invis having the heartbeat audio. This game could be potentially ruined by this change, so I hope they stick to this. Well, I showed the clip earlier. Dark and Darker still has the invis rogue problem. I showed a clip of a guy just getting like insta-killed from true invis that like very clearly shows like why I hate it so much. Do I still have it open? I don't know if I still have it open. Yeah, this clip here. It's in the creator channel, so I have to be like careful not to like NDA whatever leak shit or whatever. But I do wanna I will like since we're on the topic of visibility, I will show this again. I just don't know if I can show like everything in chat, so I'll just keep it small. So this is like a good example of why I hate Invis so much. This is from Dark and Darker. So like you see like I mean I don't think I even have to answer, or I don't think I need to explain anything here. You know, there's nothing this guy can do. The rogue just appears out of thin air and then kills you before you even have a chance to really react. And anyone who tries to say that it's fine in Dad because rogue gets one shot, it's not actually true for endgame rogue. In high roller, rogue is just as tanky as like a barber fighter if they're built properly. Yeah, so that's like, this is the reason I can't stand invis in games. It's just not fun for anybody. So there's my example piece. Yeah, Mistfall is like, yeah, Mistfall, the only reason it can even have invisibility is because of that heartbeat function. If the function did not exist, I don't think it would work out. I promise you, Mistfall Hunter is extremely different than Dark and Darker. They are two totally different games combat-wise. It's not even remotely similar. Yeah, I promise. They're very different. Yeah, Mistfall Hunter has far longer fights than Mistfall has. Or, did I say that right? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Mistfall has longer fights than Dark and Darker has, and by it's probably a pretty big margin, too. Dark and Darker has a lot of 1-2 shot capabilities that it doesn't really feel like Mistfall quite has. There is some silly stuff in Mistfall that kills pretty fast, but it's also super early on in the balancing cycle, you know, as far as things getting touched up. So, generally speaking, I feel like Mistfall Hunter's combat is more fun, at least for me. You're joking? Oh, hey, I don't know, man. You'd be surprised the stuff that people say in my chat, so I didn't know. Yeah, I think I would agree. I think Mistfall's Invis heartbeat system is one of the best that they could have done. I don't know what else they could have done to make the Invis balance besides not have it. So I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I agree. I did try Hunger. I think it's a good game. However, the gameplay without the lunging mechanic, like the base game feels very slow to me. And unfortunately, I just think the game is, I think it's good, but I think Mistfall's more fun. So I'm personally like looking forward to Mistfall more. But if things like don't go well for Mistfall, like something happens, the game doesn't do well or whatever, I'm not opposed to moving on and playing Hunger on release. But if Mistfall's miraculously just doing really well, I would prefer this game over Hunger. But again, I do think Hunger is good / fun, so I'm not opposed to playing it in the future. I just prefer Mistfall at the moment. Yeah, like if someone asked me if they would like Hunger, I would say that it's worth playing as long as you like extraction shooters. If you are okay, because there were times in the beta where I got one shot from off screen and I was dead and there was no counterplay, and that kind of stuff does not really exist in Mistfall Hunter, and that kind of gameplay kind of makes me mad. But if you're fine with having those kind of mechanics in game, then you'll probably like it, because I think the base game is fun. And the aesthetic is fun too. Yeah, Hunger also isn't going to be out for many months, so we'll have a lot of time with Mistfall Hunter before Hunger's even a consideration. That's very true. Dungeonborn, oh, you mean the Dungeonborn 2 stuff? That's not even close to ready to be released. I am curious. I do, like, I have to play that when it releases at least a little bit to see how it is. I'm very curious, like, if it's even good or not. I'm still in the AMA. Dude, yeah, dude, we haven't even gone over. You think this is it? You think we're done after this? Dude, we have the Chinese Ask Me Anything that's been translated that has different questions, and it's a lot about balancing. We're not even close to done. We're not even halfway there. We still have the Chinese one. I mean, we got plenty of content. Don't worry. We'll keep this content farm going. You thought we were almost done. You thought. Nice try. You're not rid of me that easy. Tough luck. Alright. Anyway. Pricing, monetization, cosmetics. What will the final price of the game be? Will it support regional or localized pricing? Can Game Pass users upgrade to Deluxe Edition? On July 17th, we will officially... Oh, I guess it's a mistype. We'll release the prices for Standard and Deluxe Edition, as well as additional decorative items in the Deluxe Edition. Okay, so... They didn't answer the Game Pass thing. It looks like they're gonna... I mean, people have been asking for a while if the game is gonna be free or not, and the answer has always been no. It's not gonna be free. I don't know where that confusion came in, but it's never been the case. So... My guess, by the way, someone said it in chat earlier too, but I saw this outside of chat as well. Apparently, during the, like, loot box gambling event during the beta, where you could, like, get random codes, apparently there is an offer to get $20 instead of the game code. So people are guessing that the base price is going to be $20 and the deluxe is going to be like 30. Or maybe 40, but I'm guessing 30. There's no real 100% basis on this. I just know that right now it's being looked at as maybe 20 and 30. But, you know, this could change. This is like based off, you know, rumors of people saying that that was the case. I will say I think that price point makes sense. I think $20 and 30 for deluxe. I think that would be a good price point. Hey, Elder, you just saw my thoughts on Duo Mode. Do I have any way of pushing feedback to developers? Elder Blood, unfortunately, the developers do not listen to me like that. I have no real way to make them consider anything. I mean, to give you an example, I'm a solo player, and they're not even releasing solos for both modes, at least not guaranteed. So I'm also, like, hurt by these changes. So no, unfortunately, I have no ins with the developers as far as that goes. There's nothing I can do to influence them. I've already put I put in the creator chat we have, I put like a bunch of info about my thoughts that I said on stream already about solos and whatever. But I don't even know if the devs will read that or not, but I did put my thoughts in there. But again, I don't have like an in with the devs like you think I do. It's not like that. Hey, you know what is cool though? They had a contest, content creation contest. I won the YouTube contest part. I was #1 in terms of content for that part. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, you couldn't win both streaming and YouTube. So it was just one or the other, whichever was your best. So I ended up winning first place for that, which was cool. So I'll get some money, and I'll actually get a copy of the game too for it. So now you can call me Sellout Box or something if you want. All right. Are purchase items strictly cosmetic? Yes, purchase content will absolutely not result in pay to win. I think this is an important, it's like short, but it's important. I did see some people concerned that just based on where the company's located, they might try to put some kind of pay to win in the game. It looks like they are very against it, which I hope they keep. Dungeonborn did not follow that. They ended up doing pay to win during the Klothos trials. So I hope Mistfall sticks to their guns here and does not add any pay to win, only cosmetic. Especially if the game is paid, like that's just ridiculous. You should like I can't stand pay to win mechanics in games like this. That would be a very easy way for me to like hate this game, is if you could like buy Guild and Blood or whatever with, money. Sell box. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, where are we at? Oh, 25 to 27. All right. I don't know what 26 was, but it's gone. All right. Will the issue where game freezes after enabling frame generation be fixed? Will players affected by the accessory item disconnection bug receive compensation? We are urgently working to resolve all performance issues and the technical experience will improve across all updates. I mean, this is like a pretty like corporate answer, really. Like, will it get fixed? Yes. This is really one of those we just have to kind of wait and see how it's resolved. Because right now I am I mean, there's not much I can really say. When during the beta, I enabled or I updated my drivers and my game like basically stopped working for a few hours and it kept freezing because the game doesn't load shaders properly. So stuff like that really needs to be fixed for launch. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see. Guys, I don't have any in with well, I do have a message from Elvis, but that's only because I reached out to him before the release. So I knew about the DB release like a day or two before it happened because I got a DM from a viewer. And I decided to message Elvis because I was curious if it was even legit. And I tried to get some info out of him. So I do technically have like an in on that DB2 game, but I haven't really talked to him much. It was like a very brief conversation. Nothing that's gonna really matter at the moment. Not really. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave FrameJan off at this point. Yeah, just make sure it's off is really the answer at the moment. Future plans, roadmap, and miscellaneous. What is the clear roadmap for major post-launch updates, particularly 2026, 2027? Will patch notes regarding balance changes be shared ahead of time? That's something that hasn't really been done for Mistfall. As far as I'm aware, it seems like whenever stuff has been updated, no patch notes have ever been given, which has been kind of annoying. I kind of wanted this to be shared. In addition to in-game notification, all patch notes it will be shared on our Discord server right now. Future plans will release new roadmap towards the end of each season. I kind of like this roadmap information. I know roadmaps aren't always great because roadmaps might just mean nothing and either like get delayed or they might just not happen. But I do kind of like knowing what they're working on. So, I'm cool with this. Also, patch notes are always good to see what the hell they're doing on the back end when patches come out. So, I know that if my class is like fundamentally different, I know why. And it's not just like a blindsided thing of, hey, we made this secret update to this character and now this talent works completely differently. And then I don't find out till later, whatever. So, yeah, it's nice that they're going to do some transparency on patch notes. Yeah, so that new Dungeonborn 2 game, the developer is the same, yes. Yeah, it's the same guy from the original developer. Or yeah, the original team. But they've broken off of Tencent now, so they're an indie company now, not like a big conglomerate, not a big company like they used to be. You think the release changes won't have patch notes? I think you're probably right, honestly. It probably won't. Yeah, I do wish that the talent trees had more detailed information. Because I notice a lot of them will say, like, does reduces cooldown or increases damage, but it's such a small number, you don't even really know what it does unless you go into the training ground to test it yourself. I do kind of wish the main screen would tell you the numbers. That would be nice. All right, where are we at? Do you plan to add more classes, weapons, skills, and affixes? What are some exciting class concepts for the future? Will Blasphemer Seer receive more mechanical depth, such as catalyst or talent points? We're already working on many new exciting classes and their archetypes, and will be progressively rolled out on subsequent seasons. The gameplay and depth of each class will be continuously iterated upon seasonal updates, which included the systems surrounding Blasphemer. So I want to give a little bit of an opinion on this based on my experience from Dad. I am a little bit worried if they're working on classes primarily versus the gameplay of each class. So something that happened in Dad is they just kept making new classes, and the old classes got kind of abandoned, and it just ended up feeling like boring playing stuff. Like Cleric has been the same for I think almost 3 years, maybe longer, because they just kept working on new classes and new stuff. And they are finally updating Cleric later this month, but it's been so long. So long. So I'm kind of at the point where, like, of course I want to see new class in Mistfall, of course. But I do hope that the current talent trees and stuff get expanded first. So every class feels more fun to play before we just start throwing out new classes, which further makes balancing harder before updating old stuff, I feel like updating current classes is more important in the beginning than just adding new classes right off the bat. That's kind of where I'm at. Grooch, there's no info at the moment. Yeah, Elvis, there is no playtest info yet. We're all in the same boat of having to wait for that. Yeah, I was gonna say Cleric in solos has been pop smite, pop divine protection for so long now. It's kind of ridiculous. It's been very stagnant. So I really do not. I just don't want Mistfall to feel like that. Like, I don't want Mistfall to feel like you use the same exact talents for months and months and then turning into years down the road. Like, I want to actually see new talents and in updates towards classes, not just like, oh, we're just gonna work on this new class and that's it. So I hope that that all gets worked on evenly, pretty much. Also, this might be a hot take, but I think Seer Blasphemer is kind of bad design. I feel like the game is being balanced around the stagger mechanic, which if that's the route they want to go, that's fine. But giving a class like 8-10 seconds plus of super armor, just uninterrupted baseline, it feels bad. Like it doesn't feel like very interactive game design. I kind of am on the fence of feeling like that should be adjusted, but that's just me personally. I played some Seer and it did feel very strong to me as well. So like if that doesn't get updated, I'll probably end up playing some Blasphemers here too for sure. I don't know. I feel like the super armor like gimmick, and it kind of sucks too, because Blasphemer Seer without super armor feels really terrible. So like the class is being carried by one singular talent, and if you don't have it, like you're screwed. And that's kind of bad game design. Like if Blasphemer Seer is so weak without it that it doesn't work, but it feels really unfun with it, I feel like that's like a blatant design problem, personally. Like, I would like to see Blasphemer Seer be able to be competent without super armor, but have the super armor ability be maybe more balanced to make up for the fact that maybe they buff some of the other talents to make the core of Blasphemer Seer feel better. Does that make sense? Like, make Blasphemer Seer better, but maybe make the super armor not as much of a crutch, and make it so unfun to fight. Because sitting there for 8 to 10 seconds while the seer just does whatever they want, and then they pop their zoom skill and run away, and then come back in 20 seconds and rinse and repeat until they actually win the engagement. That gameplay is not fun. It's really hard to catch them, and any seer that knows what they're doing becomes like almost impossible to kill. I played seer myself too, and it did feel very strong. So I don't know what's gonna happen with that class, but I hope they like rebalance Blasphemous here, because I really just don't feel like the current class is very fun to play. Like, I think it's good, but I actually don't enjoy it because I think it's kind of boring. Like, I don't like, yeah, I don't know. It isn't really a fun setup class of just pop super armor, go for a kill, don't get a kill, pop the runaway skill, run away, and then go back after 20 seconds when your cooldowns come back, and then you just rinse and repeat over and over. I feel like that gameplay is like just not very fun or good. I'm muted? No, I'm not muted. You're lying. It shouldn't be. Yeah, I don't know how many people realize like just how oppressive Seer can be in terms of choosing your fights, but most classes are not able to catch a Seer once they use that move ability. Like, I'm telling you, it's just there's nothing you can realistically do. Even if a Seer is losing the fight, they will use that ability and they will be gone. There's only one class in the game that can reasonably catch them, and I think that's probably Rogue. I think Black Arrow can probably kill. I think Black Arrow could probably kill them, but I don't know. As far as like melee combat goes, melee Seer just really is not fun to play or fight against. At least, I don't know. When I played it, it just felt very boring. Like, it felt strong, but I really just didn't like it that much. Hey, Hamzak, I'm doing good, man. We're just going over the Ask Me Anything that the devs released. If if Seer didn't have mobility and you could punish their super armor correctly, it might feel differently. But as of right now, it feels like you have to do all this effort to basically avoid their 10 plus seconds of super armor. And then the moment they like start losing a fight, or the moment you actually play against it, they just pop their run ability and they're halfway across the map and you can never catch them. And then by the time you like maybe you do catch up to them, if you can, if you're a class that has the ability to, their super armor's already back and it's already back to square one. And then they can keep doing that over and over until either they get an advantage on you or the seer makes like 8 mistakes. Like, it is really hard to die as a seer if you know what you're doing. I mean, you can just see that gameplay from Lich. Like, he's not dying to basically anyone in solo because he always has the ability to run away whenever he wants. It's very solos is very movement speed based. Like, whenever a class has good mobility, it's always going to be strong baseline. I mean, you can look at Rogue there as well. Like, Shadow Strix is very, very good, partly because the damage is so high, but also because Rogue's mobility is insane too. A little bit of both. Well, that's the problem. Like, yeah, so if you're fighting a Seer, just wait for the super armor to be gone is not like an actual answer, because you can't catch them. Shadow Strix can catch them, but that's the only class I think in the game that can. Outside of that, like, there's no solution. It feels like a permanent. I fought Lich on the last day. We were in a 15-minute fight of just a permanent stalemate, and there was nothing we could do. Like, it's really, you know what? I might actually have gameplay. Hold up. I gotta check really quick. I might have gameplay of that fight with Lich. Oh my god, do I have this? This would be such a good example if I do. I wonder. I wasn't on Rogue. Yeah, I wasn't playing Rogue, I was playing Merc. Do I... Did I fight Lich? No, this isn't Lich fight. Oh my god, wait, I do have it. I did not know I had this. You guys want to see how stupid the fight is against Merc versus Seer? I did not realize I had this. It's long. It's a very long fight, guys. Oh yeah, I was also testing out this mobility skill too. I was using whirling cut instead. I don't think it's very good, but I tried. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when you have to fight Merc versus Seer. This fight is almost unwinnable from both sides. He has, like, I basically cannot kill him. He can kill me if he gets, like, a good engagement, but I just need to not give him a good engagement, basically. Yep, so remember, he super armors, so I can't actually fight him here, right? So, again, can't fight him, can't fight him. It just now is gone, so that was probably like 10 seconds of super armor. So at this point, you know, I'm kind of low. This is, I think that's one of the first horns I used. And also, don't forget, okay, I want to make sure no one actually asked this question. Anyone who thinks that Hammer is the play here, Lich will tell you himself that Hammer Merc will never kill him. Hammer Merc is not good enough. It's too slow. If you try to close the gap with Hammer, he will just, it'll never end. It won't actually do anything. So, just putting it out there that Hammer is not the answer, unfortunately. At least not if they're a good Seer, that is. Hammer Merc is, like, this is my only option. Like, if I don't, like, Sword and Shield is the only thing I can really do against him at this point. But yeah, when I say that this matchup is a... Yeah, when I say this matchup is basically like a never-ending attrition fight, I am not joking. So yeah, there's going to be a few times where I get the jump on him and I actually have like a decent chance of winning. And I never end up... I'm never able to actually catch up to him because he just uses his run skill and then ends up getting away. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit because a Wither Knight comes over and messes up our fight. So I'm gonna fast forward through that real quick. Yeah, so he fights that Wither Knight. He shits on this guy. It doesn't matter. I come over and... yeah, so I come over and steal his loot because I think it's funny. Because I know I can't kill Lich, so I was like, I'll just take his loot instead. So now Lich actually has to kill me, and I know that I know it's really hard for him to do it. So it's just, yeah. Anyway. So this is the ability, by the way. This ability here is what causes Merc to be basically not able to ever kill Seer. So the moment he starts, the moment he's either losing a fight or doesn't think he can engage right now, he pops that ability here and he's gone. Like, look how fast this is. How am I supposed to catch this? I can't. Like, he uses it, like, the distance gap is insane. There is no way, there's nothing that Mercenary has that would allow you to close the gap against that Seer. You can't do it. Not in the current state of the game, at least. Also, it's worth noting, holding block does nothing against most of his abilities. The block does not stop the wall. It doesn't stop the stun. Basically, the block, all it's doing is getting Indomitable Will stacks. That's the only reason I'm blocking. The block itself does not counter Seer. It's actually, like, bad. If anything, I should be dropping Bulwark and grabbing a different stat, because the blocking itself is just a stat stick for Indomitable Will. Just FYI. Yeah, none of my blocking will ever do anything against Seer. So yeah, so this is what you have to do. So right, so Seer pops his ability, you have to run, right? That's your only choice, is running. Probably shouldn't have horned here, to be honest. And keep in mind, the entire time that I'm sitting here, like, desperately trying to hit him, he's gaining his 10-second invincibility back. That's part of what makes this so, like, impossibly hard. And, like, look how long this lasts, guys. Like, truly you have to truly understand, like, how oppressive this is. Like, there is nothing I can do for, like, half the fight. So he pops the ability at 154, or at 555. Like, just look how long this is. $11 seconds. So it's basically 11 seconds of invincibility, because as a merc, there's nothing I can do to stop that super armor. There's nothing I can do. And hammer is too slow. There's technically a super armor counter in hammer tree, but hammer is not good enough to use. Like, Lich will never die to hammer. So, like, this is fundamentally the problem with trying to fight Seers, is their super armor lasts for so damn long, it feels like there's no real counterplay. So then, like, finally his armor's gone, and I have to sit here and, you know, try to heal off of whatever he did. It's a constant back and forth. It feels like it never ends.
Standing around and ring the chime.
Also, I just want to point out, so where's the counterplay now? So here's an example of me actually playing around his super armor. He doesn't hit me, right? So you say, okay, his cooldown was it's fine. You say it's fine because the duration was longer because he hit me. Okay, so here I don't hit him, or he doesn't hit me. Okay, well, guess what? There's no counterplay now, because he goes into this zoom form. I can no longer, I can't kill him anymore. He's gone. So now I have to go chase him while he just gets his cooldowns back for free, because there's no possible gap closer that Mercenary has that could ever catch this Seer. It's not possible. So now he's gone. So now all the work that I did to waste his super armor is now reset all the way back to square one. And this is the fight over and over again. This fight will actually never end. If I'm playing like 100% correctly, and he's playing correctly, this is an infinite duration fight. Nothing we can do will ever like really stop it. If anything, he has a chance of killing me if I mess up, but him messing up is basically not an option, because his escape tool is so strong that I cannot catch him. Even if I start winning the fight, he always has the option to run away. So it's just a really like silly spot. Yeah, I really dislike fighting like melee Seers. All right, so we fight. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Yeah, this fight went a really long time. So I'm gonna fast forward a bit to the later part. Yeah, this fight really was just like really stupid. I think we've already been fighting for like 6 or 7 minutes or something like that. So here's an example of me actually winning a fight, by the way. I get a good initial engagement. So he's like maybe 20% health gone. He does nothing to me. Well, guess what? Oh, look, he's invincible. There you go. That's it. That's the Merc life. So I do everything right here. I engage correctly, I get damage, I take no hits. Everything at this point is done right. All he has to do is press one. There's no skill involved for the running away part. Obviously, Lich is very good. But as far as like popping this ability and running, there's nothing hard about it. You press it and you run. So at this point, he's down half health, but he's gonna full heal. I cannot kill him. So at this point, he is now gone forever. He just gets the full heal for free. There's nothing I can do to stop it. And this will go on over and over and over again forever. Like this will actually never end because his escape tool is so strong that Merc cannot kill him. So hopefully this fight is a good example of why I hate Blasphemous here so much. I think this class needs a redesign. I think this kind of gameplay is not like actually fun.
How much is enough? You might end up losing everything.
Yeah, to tell you that this is a frustrating fight from the mercenary side would be an understatement. Because at least he is the one who gets to engage. At least Seer gets to have fun in that he gets to choose when to run in and run out. Because he has the mobility. So he can run in, use his cooldowns, and then run away for free. I, as the mercenary, have no counterplay to what he's doing. I have to react to what he does. But there's nothing I can do to kill him, because even if I start winning the fight, he runs. But if he starts winning the fight, he can actually stick on me, because I can't get away. Because if I run, he can catch me with that movement speed ability. So I'm basically at a spot where the moment I start making mistakes, I die. But if he makes mistakes, he can never die. And that's the big problem here with this matchup. It's really, really unfun from my side. So again, I played perfectly. I just baited out his entire super armor duration and never got hit a single time. So, perfect play, right? Except we traded like one hit. There you go. He's gone. And this is it. This is every time I start winning an engagement or I bait out his skill, I can't kill him. It's not possible. He's gone. How am I supposed to ever deal with this? Yeah, at a certain point, I decided to just run, because I know it's not worth it. Yeah, even Lich knows this is just a waste of time. So yeah, I ended up just leaving. So yeah, we fought for, what, 10 or 11 minutes total? Like, mostly on and off. And every time I got a winning engagement, he pops his movement speed ability, and I can never catch him. And then his winning engagements, where he has super armor, I have to like reactionarily dodge every single thing he does every time he does it. And if I start making any mistakes, he can actually kill me. But if he makes mistakes, I can never kill him. It is a really lopsided match. So this is definitely like a problem for sure. I don't know what they're gonna do about it, but yeah, Seer versus Merc. Like if this is how it is on launch, where Bossamer Seer is just that stupid to fight as Merc, I'll just play like Rogue or something instead. Because I definitely don't want to have to fight like Seers like that on a class that has no chance to like ever kill you. Definitely not very fun, man. And I guess yeah, like I know Lich is like one of like the top Seers, if not the best Seer. But that shows you what a fight looks like from like you know, like a top player perspective or whatever you want to call it. It's just very unfun. Well, ultimately, my bigger issue, I wouldn't mind the super armor as much duration wise if they didn't have such a free escape tool. The problem is their escape tool is allowing them to reset the fight over and over again with no downside, and there's no way I can counter it. There's nothing I can do to stop the seer from using his escape tool, and there's nothing I can do to attack him during his super armor. So I'm left in a lose-lose situation where he can engage me as much as he wants. I have to defend myself. And if I start winning, I will never win the fight. And it just goes on and on until basically he gets bored and stops chasing me. Because for as long as he wants to fight me, that is the game. That is the fight. Like Blasphemer Seer, either Merc needs better mobility or Blasphemer Seer needs some kind of tuning. Because that matchup is really stupid. It's, I mean, if that fight doesn't convince you, then nothing will. But I don't feel like I'm overreacting. I legitimately do not know a single way that I could ever kill him. You don't need full legendary to do what that guy, what Lich is doing there. You can play lower gear Seer and still do that as well. The movement speed escape tool and the power armor is not based on, it's not based on gear. There is something that'll extend the duration a little bit, right? But but as far as the mobility and stuff goes, you can do that just with talents. Even a blue or purple gear Seer is going to be able to do the same exact thing. I played blue gear Seer, and I was able to do that for the most part. And I wasn't even that good at the class. The only guy I struggled against was a legendary rogue when I was in blue Seer, and I still actually almost killed him. I gave him a really good run for his money. And honestly, that matchup's actually pretty close because rogue has the mobility to kill a Seer. Rogue is one of the few classes that have the mobility to keep up, but Merc does not. Merc has no counterplay to what he's doing. So if you want Merc to be able to even try to fight that off, you have to have more mobility, or the fight is just cooked. There's nothing you can really do. Well, at least Shadow Strix doesn't have 10 seconds of power armor. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Rogue was busted as shit during the last playtest as well. I mean, if you want to be technical, I think Rogue and Ranger were stronger than Seer. Seer is just obnoxious because of the duration of power armor. My whole point is that I just don't think Seer is in a... I don't think it's in a fun state is the problem. I don't think it's fun to fight against at all. Like, having to sit there and let someone be invincible for 10 seconds while they wail on you, and then even if you outplay them, they just run away for free with one skill, and they just do that over and over again. Like, that is not fun gameplay. It's honestly one of, it's one of the problems I have, and I hope that, gets addressed eventually. Well, I played every class in the game. I mean, I'm pretty open to playing everything, so keep in mind that I'm also talking about Seer balance from my perspective too, because Lich gave me a gear code, and I used his gear, and it felt extremely strong from my end too. Honestly, the problem is, I don't think playing Seer is fun either. Like, playing that playstyle that Lich is doing, to me, is not really fun. So, I played Seer for a few hours, but I just didn't really feel like playing it more. Honestly. I don't really feel like playing on a 10-second invincibility cooldown over and over like that is really fun. That's just me though. That's my own, that's my own thoughts on Blasphemer Seer. Yeah, I'm not even saying to nerf Seer. I'm saying to redesign Seer. I think Seer at its core design is bad because the entire Blasphemer Seer is hinged on one talent, which is super armor. If you don't have super armor, the entire class sucks ass and doesn't work. So it's bad design for a class to be 100% hinged on a singular talent point. And if the class doesn't have it, it feels terrible. Even, like, I will admit, if Seer does not have super armor, it is bad. Like, it is, like, garbage. The problem is, it's not fun. Like, it's not, like, good gameplay. So I don't know what they can do, but something has to be redesigned there, I feel like. Oh yeah, when I fought the legendary rogue in blue Seer gear, I made him, oh yeah, he had to try so hard. I think I fought him for 10 minutes. Like, he had to try really hard to kill me. And I was in 2 gear deficit against him. If I had even gear, I would have killed that rogue 100%. Well, that's what it comes to, right? Is there should always be some kind of way to basically finish off a player if they're like if you're winning a fight and you as a class have a button that allows you to get away for free every time, so it's a no risk of dying class. I feel like that cheapens the game a little bit, right? I would agree with that. I mean, honestly, I would argue that Seer's mobility, I guess no, it's pretty similar because the rogue has the shadow step one, the one that lets you teleport. I would say that one's very similar to the Seers. I would say they're both like very similar. Were you the rogue? I have no idea. Did you fight a blue Seer as a legendary rogue and get into a 10-minute fight? Maybe. Seer's teleport is cancelable because you can attack out of it, so you can technically get out of it whenever you want. Yeah, I mean that I would consider that cancelable. When you use that mobility skill, you can get out of it at any point, so technically it's cancelable. Yeah, I don't remember who the rogue was. I'm not sure. Oh, I can't cancel it. Yeah, though that's, oh, you know, that's a good point. At least rogues, that's true. If it was a rogue I was fighting and he tried to shadow step away and I hit him before he teleported, he would get out of it and it would cancel the animation. That's actually a good point. So Seer, you can't even animation cancel his mobility skill. So again, towards the end of that fight, I actually was winning. I got him to half health. And even though I shield bashed him out of his animation for the ball skill, he still gets away for free because, again, there's no counterplay to it. Yeah, like, again, Seer is a class, just Philosopher Seer needs like some kind of redesign. I don't know what it needs to be, but I can foresee that like becoming a problem. So I don't know. Again, as a rogue, you can kill him because rogue has enough mobility to keep up. But yeah, as a merc, it was really, really painful. I don't even know what you're gonna do. What question? Wherever we were talking about, it was 29 because we were talking about Seer. This is what this here, the system surrounding Blasphemer and the gameplay. This is what proc that entire video conversation here, because I felt like that video was a good example point of what it looks like when you try to fight a Blasphemer. When you're trying to actually fight them as Merc, it looks just like that. You could hook a Seer in Shapeshift. I don't know, but as a Merc, there does not appear to be any way to stop them from doing that Shapeshift. And I mean, you saw me shield bash him. Honestly, I would argue that when he's in that ability, if you take damage, I almost feel like you should get popped out of it. But I don't know, maybe that would make it too weak. I'm not really sure. But my shield bash hit him and did damage, and he just still used it and ran away, even though he was mid animation. It feels really bad from the Merc side. So if I was Rogue, I could have won that fight, but it would have been hard. But I could have won it. As a Merc, that fight was never going to end. Just is what it is. Yeah, I was gonna say, did you watch the clip? Because I did hit him with the shield bash, and it did damage, and it still didn't do anything to him. I feel like you might have missed... I feel like you missed it or something, because it wasn't a hit reg at all. I hit him. It was like right around here, right?
Flies forward.
I don't want to like rewatch the whole fight. It was
How much is...
I don't remember exactly where it was. It was near here. That's fine. It's like a minute or two. Yeah, I feel like you must have not like realized I hit him. It wasn't a hit reg problem at all. No, you like Seer just gets to use that ability for free with no downside whatsoever. There's no counterplay. Even if you hit them during it, it doesn't disrupt it. There you go. He takes, you can see the damage I did. That's the damage bar. So I hit him during the animation and it just did nothing, and then he just runs away at like low health and it doesn't matter. Like this is a problem. Like you should like this. Seer should not have a get out of jail free card that is this free. Like again, he takes damage. It doesn't matter. He's in super armor still. Well, that's not better. Because now you're just telling me, well, that doesn't change anything. Because now again, I can still never actually stop him from doing it. So it does at the end of the day, it's still bad, right? Because all that means is that if he's low and his super armor is still up, he can just use that ability and still run. So the core problem is still there. Because it comes down to this ability that lets him zoom across the entire map with no downside. Because at this point, as soon as he hits this ability, he's invincible. I can't kill him anymore. He's gone. Right? That's what it comes down to. So now he just gets to run for free, even though I'm winning the fight. And there's no amount of counterplay I can do that would stop this from happening. That's the entire point. I mean, I honestly don't understand how anyone thinks or would think that this gameplay is like that. This is not the highlight of Mistfall Hunter for sure. Like this type of gameplay, it honestly reminds me of Druid a little bit. Like maybe like Fighter versus Druid, where every time the Druid gets low, they would like Panther chicken jump away from you, and then they would heal, and then they would come back, and they would just rinse and repeat as much as they want. The only difference being that instead of having like the transformation cooldown or the transformations, it's just like a skill that lets you run away and then come back. So it's like it's not like quite the same, but that's what it reminds me of, is Druids being able to basically choose their fight infinitely. And as the Seer, that's exactly what he gets to do. So yeah, that's where I'm at as far as Seer goes. Let's go ahead and move on. I think I've talked about Plastimer Seer enough. All right, how will you efficiently handle cheaters and exploiters? How do you balance player feedback with the original vision of the game? We have zero policy, zero tolerance towards cheating. We already banned numerous cheaters during the test, and we will enforce regulations even more strictly after launch. I mean, this is like the same that every company says. This is kind of one of those, I'll believe it when I see it. You know, we'll have to watch and just kind of see and make sure that cheating is not a problem. I will say that I did not notice cheating during the playtest, as far as I can remember. So I don't know who was cheating, but I didn't notice it personally. Will there be seasonal wipes, and if so, how frequent? Will there be damage meters or kill trackers? Are there plans to sell physical merchandise or release 3D files for public use? So yeah, there'll be seasonal resets. I'm a little bit curious about this specifically. It says certain long-term progression elements will carry over to the next season. I'm a little bit confused as to what this is, because they don't specify. So there's going to be wipes, so like the gear and everything's going to reset. So I don't know what is going to be the long-term elemental progression. Like, is that going to be the camp system? Because I think the camp was pretty easy to upgrade, so I'm not really sure why that would carry over. But outside of the camp, I'm not really sure what else would possibly carry. Maybe like the safe or storage bag. Maybe the Gildan Blood pool since you lose character slots. Maybe, yeah. So again, I'm not really sure what's going to be affected by this, but apparently there's something there. We currently do not plan to implement team damage meters because raw damage output is not the sole factor for team wins. We want people to work together, not talk to teammates over damage numbers. I think that makes sense. I mean, ultimately it's a team game, so damage numbers don't really tell the whole story. I'm surprised people even asked for that, to be honest. I guess like Data Arena has it. Does Dark and Darker have damage stats? I think it might in the main game too. I never really paid attention. I think it does. Okay, so that is the Ask Me Anything for the English version. I want to go over we have the Chinese one as well, which does have different information. Anything that's duplicated, if I notice, we're just going to skip over it because I want to go over the different stuff because some of it is balance related specifically. So this again is from the Chinese Discord server. The Chinese Ask Me Anything. All right, performance, stuttering, loading UI, bug-related issues. When the servers are under heavy load, players experience sudden latency spikes, teleportation, character attacks that deal no damage. How will server capacity be improved? Yeah, I noticed a lot of these issues. Server capacity, in-game stuttering, etc. are among project's highest priority. We'll continue to optimize the game's performance long-term. We already heard about this. Yeah, they're still working on... This is like, it's a very important part of the game, but they're still working on it. There are several UI interaction bugs, such as being unable to open the exit menu by pressing escape or the spectator screen not having an exit button. I actually wasn't aware of UI interaction bugs, but if you were, apparently those are being worked on. There are not enough customizable skill keybinds to create fully custom personalized control layout, making certain classes feel less convenient to play. We'll consider adding more customizable keybinds in the future. However, because the controls used by different classes vary, certain technical limitations may prevent every key from being customizable. I'm assuming they're talking about stuff like Sorcerer, where you have to use the like mouse buttons plus keyboard buttons at the same time to make them work. It is like a little bit janky, so I'm guessing that's probably what they're referring to. I'm curious if and when that ever changes, like those keybinds. Like I think Rogue, like your dual sword, you had to like hold both buttons at the same time, which sometimes gets a little bit wonky, stuff like that. Yeah, Sorcerer default keybinds is probably the worst part of the class. It takes a long time to get used to it for sure. Game uses too many progress bars, extracting, changing maps, and opening interface all require waiting, and players can easily be attacked by ranged enemies during extraction. Can the number and duration be changed? These progress bars are intended to create risk versus reward in extraction. Players must evaluate risk to potential gain. Removing progress bars would allow action to be performed without decisions. So basically, people are talking about the extraction timers where you had to like summon the bell and then wait for the bell to spawn and all that stuff. Basically, they're saying no, they're not going to get rid of it, is the TLDR of that. The field of view feels too narrow, making close range combat feel restrictive. Will be out of FOV slider. There's currently no plans to add an FOV slider. Excessively high FOV negatively affects combat fairness. I guess having a higher FOB can make it easier to see more of your screen. So I guess you kind of have to have like max FOV forced. I never really noticed like much issues with the FOB in the game though. So I don't really feel like that's much of a problem personally, but that's just me. Beginner tutorial pops up frequently. We already went over the tutorial stuff, so we're going to move on from that. That was from the English one. Current trading restrictions are extensive and equipment is forcibly bound. Can unrestricted player trading be introduced and mandatory binding be removed? Yeah, so if you bought something from market, you couldn't resell it, I'm pretty sure. We currently have no plans to allow unrestricted free trading or remove mandatory equipment binding. Removing the existing binding system and allowing unrestricted trading would encourage large upscale stockpiling and market speculation. Yeah, so basically the devs are trying to stop people from hoarding certain items to artificially sell them for higher price if you're rich. So if you buy an item, it's soulbound, so you can never sell it. So I think that's a good change, honestly. It stops speculative auction house items, kind of like Dark and Darker has with like seals and stuff, where you buy them and then resell them rather than just buying them for your quests or whatever. TLDR, too long, didn't read. Marketplace prices fluctuate heavily, and items can become difficult to purchase after large increases. Can price increase warnings? Oh my god, yeah, this should have been talked about in the English AMA too. Yeah, the shit where you would try to buy gear and it would keep telling you can't buy it. Price spike protection and price warning features are part of our long-term optimization. Due to development capacity, these features cannot be implicated this season. We'll record this request. Oh, that actually really sucks to hear. Does that mean we're gonna have that same shit where you try to like buy a gear set and it keeps telling you can't buy it? That's gonna be really obnoxious. I hope that's what it sounds like. The marketplace lacks bulk purchasing while filtering and building equipment sets are cumbersome. Will bulk purchasing and price sorting be added? Marketplace listings are already sorted from lowest to highest price, which should meet basic needs. A bulk purchase function could disrupt the balance, so there's no plans to develop one. I'm not really sure exactly where you'd have to buy bulk items from. Maybe like hops and grapes and stuff, the stuff used for wine, perhaps. Marketplace liquidity is currently poor, with equipment and materials frequently going unsold. Production and consumption also appear imbalanced. How will the item economy be adjusted? Man, this is kind of small. Hold up, it's kind of hard to read. Items often remain unsold because players set prices differ significantly from the system recommended price. When recommend listing items at price closer to system recommendation, we will not use extreme measures such as mandatory price caps. You know, that's funny. Some of you might not realize this. Back in early playtests, items had artificial price maximums, and you could only sell like blue gear for like, it was a very low amount of money too. I think it was like 800 or 700 max, and this was when items were more rare. So basically, getting blue gear and selling it was never worth it. So you always vendored it, and that resulted in every single piece of blue gear being almost never available. And if it was always max price. Yeah, I remember that was like a pretty like weird decision back then. Marketplace minimum prices are fixed and cannot be adjusted manually. Are there plans to introduce a dynamically updated minimum price system? Current minimum price is based on shop resale value. If the minimum were set lower, players would get more by selling items to the shop. That's hilarious that people didn't realize this was a thing, because it's so funny in Dark and Darker. I see constantly people are selling items. People are selling items for less than shop value. So yeah, that like very clearly people just aren't looking at the sell value prices, that is funny. Alright. High-tier gems and gold quality equipment are priced too high in marketplace, while essential crafting materials have limited acquisition methods. Can prices be reduced and additional sources introduced? High-tier items are scarce during early stages of a server, so higher prices are a normal temporary condition. As players progress and unlock more difficult dungeons, the supply of these items will increase and prices should fall. Gold quality equipment will become significantly more common after high difficult dungeons are unlocked, and will continue expanding the available sources of gems. That's interesting, because during the playtest, I felt like the price of gold gear and stuff was really cheap because they were artificially inflating it. So I don't even know why this was a question or concern to begin with. I really feel like I'm surprised this was even asked, because the gear was really cheap during the playtest. I mean, it was to the point where I had like a stash of like a full stash tab of legendaries with nothing to do with them. Let's see. Game does not publicly disclose item drop rates or pity system rules. Can all drop probabilities and pity values be fully revealed. The relevant probabilities are complex. In order to protect technology and preserve excitement, it will not disclose them. This is something that'll be added eventually. Someone will make a wiki and figure this stuff out. This stuff always gets data mined. Dark and Darker has like drops and drop rates and stuff, and the devs have never revealed it. So even if the devs aren't going to reveal this info, we're going to have it anyway. This isn't like rocket science. Well, after, I would give it like a few weeks to a month, and we'll probably have the drop rates of every single thing in the game based on people's data mining and all that fun stuff. So that won't really matter in the long run. Will all camp levels be reset? Oh, this is what I was wondering. Will all camp levels be reset at the end of the season? Could only safe box missions be reset? Different camp buildings will follow different retention rules. This is what the English one didn't answer. Core buildings related to collection cabinet and camp construction, along with corresponding levels, will be retained. Other camp will be reset according to season. See, why couldn't they answer this in the English one? Okay, so the collection cabinet and the camp construction. Which ones are those going to be? What is the collection cabinet? I'm not really sure, but it looks like certain buildings will stay, I guess. Oh, maybe the collection cabinet, maybe that's the storage chest, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what else it would be. Anyway. Expensive materials used to upgrade the camp have no meaningful use later in season and can only be sold at low price. Will additional systems be introduced? Additional uses for camp material are already planned. However, due to development, it will not be in season 1. Well, that's good to know. I wonder what they're going to do with them in the long run. I will say that the storage capacity is so low that I don't have space to hold on to materials anyway. I usually just vendor them off. Maybe the camp construction at the tavern? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'm not really sure. Season exclusive rare red tier items currently have no permanent storage option. Will a permanent collection room be added? Seasonal exclusive rare red tier items? What are these? A permanent collection storage feature called the collection cabinet is already... Oh! Okay, so there's a new camp system coming called the collection. So the collection cabinet is new. It's something we don't have yet, it looks like. Because that's what the other one mentioned. So the collection cabinet isn't some mistranslation. It's something that's being added, it looks like, for storage. So, there you go. Apparently there's something new coming that we're not really aware of yet. It'll launch during Season 1 to allow players to permanently store rare season collectibles. Yeah, so there's going to be some kind of new system, I guess, added, but we don't have yet. Inventory and storage spaces are limited, while item stack limits, particularly for basic blue and white, are too low. Can stack items and storage be increased across the board? Item stack limits are part of the game's economy and will not be adjusted. That's kind of unfortunate. I feel like the stacks are like really small. However, we will consider increasing the number of storage slots based on player feedback. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what goes with that. The current automatic loadout system is relatively basic and still requires players to manually filter equipment one at a time. Can it be improved to support bulk matching of identical affixes? Bulk affix matching and more advanced are planned in the future. These features cannot be implemented during Season 1, but will be in the future. I wonder what they mean by that exactly. Is it going to be like you can copy other people's loadouts without needing a code? So like you can like use popular gear loadouts and just use those? I don't really know, but that's what it sounds like they're looking for. Horns can only be brought into a match at the beginning and cannot be looted from defeated enemies, leaving players a few ways to replenish them. Will additional in-match sources be added? Oh, I was wondering this too. Players can currently recover horn resource by executing enemies. Can't do that in solo, by the way. There are no plans that add additional sources. Managing horns is a core part of the game and is intended to encourage players to use their resources carefully. Yeah, I'm very confused about this. You literally cannot execute in solos, so I'm not really sure how this is balanced. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest. You don't think they can? You don't think they know you can't in solo? Uh, I mean, that would be concerning because they are the developers after all. I would hope they would know that. Otherwise, that means they don't play their game. So I would hope so. The safe box has too few slots and imposes value restrictions on individual slots, preventing certain high value red tier items from being stored. After completing the main quest and unlocking the fully upgraded box, players will be able to store all types of high value items. The current 3-slot safe box is the maximum size intended, and no additional slots will be added. Yeah. So basically, do the main quest for safe box. Yeah, so we actually have some balance info here too. Wither Knight. The Knight's tier 3 core talent only restores health after defeating or knocking down target, making its activation condition too restrictive. Could it instead restore health based on cumulative attack or guard breaks? Let's see. I actually don't really know much about Wither Knight, so I don't know what this is referencing. The Knight's tier 1 and 2 consecutively break talents are already powerful. Tier 3 is intended to serve as an alternative option to support different build styles. Probably have no option to change it. Yeah, so I'm not really sure about Withered Knight much, so I don't have much to input on that. The Knight's Thorn Guidance skill is inconsistent pulling behavior and animation stuttering, being it difficulty to reliably grab enemies on the ground. We will optimize targeting and detection logic of that to pull players near you. However, the game uses realistic terrain. Certain terrain boundaries and obstacles will naturally restrict pulling. Again, I don't play Knight, so I don't know much about that. Knight skills are easily interrupted by enemy attacks, and their interruption priority seems low, placing it at a disadvantage against range classes and Shadow Strix. Pretty sure Withered Knight did have a disadvantage against range and Shadow Strix, so I think that's accurate. The Withered Knight has a longer basic range attack than many other melee classes. We recommend using this range to maintain distance and flow. We'll continue to monitor Knight's performance across different combat statistics or situations and make gradual adjustments based on overall class balance. Yeah, I know there was a lot of talk about Wither Knight being weak, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see what gets updated for it, because I kind of stayed away from it for that reason, that I didn't think it was like that great. Yeah, Shadow Strix, this is the big one. Shadow Strix has powerful stealth and multiple movement abilities, allowing the class to disengage very freely. How will its escape and disengage capabilities be balanced? High mobility is a core part of Shadow Strix's class identity. We will not significantly weaken its movement or disengagement capabilities. Instead, we will moderately reduce its sustained effectiveness in direct combat while further emphasizing ambush and surprise playstyle, helping to maintain balance across all classes. I am really curious how Shadow Strix ends up feeling in the long run, because Shadow Strix was definitely like top tier class right next to Black Arrow during that playtest for sure. Not even like close. Was really, really strong. Yeah, that sounds like a DPS nerf to me, for sure. Something like that. Sorcerer, Black Arrow, and range classes. Range classes have strong attack, range, and kiting capabilities, making it costly for melee classes to close the distance. Will additional melee gap closing or counterplay be introduced? This is very true and a really big pain point for, like, Mercenary. Trying to gap close onto a range class like Black Arrow as Merc is really obnoxious. We'll continuously monitor the balance between range kiting and melee engagement. Oh, remember when I thought it was removed from the English version? I read it here and I forgot. So this is what I mentioned earlier. So the current version has already slightly improved melee gap closing capabilities while reducing the effectiveness of certain range defensive skills. So in the current version of the game since the playtest, supposedly they have made Merc gap closing better and made certain range skills a little bit worse. I don't know exactly what that translates to, but apparently they are looking into that. So maybe Mercenary will actually be able to gap close properly, because right now it's pretty dire. The warning sound for Sorcerer channeling skill is subtle, making it difficult for opponents to anticipate and counter through audio cues. Will clear warning be implemented? Improving the Sorcerer channeling have been added to our long-term optimization, but not in Season 1. I never really noticed that too much, honestly. Mercenary. Mercenary talents require too many prerequisite, limiting hybrid sword and shield and great hammer builds. This is very true. I noticed this as well. Mercenary basically has to choose sword and shield or hammer, but hammer is so weak that you just don't go hammer, pretty much. Completely removing talent prerequisites would likely create a single optimal build and significantly reduce build diversity. That also could happen if hammer became better. You would just always have the same like mixed sword and shield and hammer. We have no plans in season 1, and future versions will explore more flexible. Yeah, right now I think it's more of a like just rebalancing mercenaries like key talents and weapons. I don't know. The collection cabinet is apparently a place that's going to be a new camp system that allows you to store collectible items like the red ones or something. Again, I don't know exactly because it's not out in the game yet, but and this is also translated, so it might not be like one for one red like it's supposed to. You think they nerf mages because every rain class is fine? Well, I don't think we would have any idea to know that because no one has played the most recent game update because this is stuff they've done since the playtest closed, I believe. So I'm not exactly sure. All right, talent and specialization pass for all classes. Players can currently only fully invest in a single talent path and cannot combine the strengths of two different branches. Will hybrid specialization builds be supported? A system allowing players to combine two specs is part of our long-term plan. We'll evaluate feasibility of implementing it in the future. Well, that would be interesting. I'm curious how that'll work. Because there are certain trees that I wish I could have like a little bit of both to really specialize in one skill or one move. So I'm curious if that ever makes it in or not. Swordcastering is loud as hell. You don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I don't really know exactly what they're referring to as far as the sword casting is concerned. I never really had a problem using the visual cue slash like just what the Sork is doing. But again, this is the Chinese Ask Me Anything, so I wouldn't think anything's like I wouldn't imagine anything is mistranslated there that would make it different, but I'm a little bit confused by that as well, honestly. But whatever. I'm not gonna complain or talk about it too much. I mean, just kind of wait and see what they do. Dodging is let's see. Dodging is primarily defensive and provides limited offensive benefits, reducing the depth of combat. Can follow up attacks after dodging be introduced. Classes such as Knight and Shadow Strix already have mechanics that connect dodging with offensive actions. Yeah, if Mercenary had a dodge plus attack with their Sword and Shield light attack, I think the class might be a little bit better at closing gap. But they don't have it. It's only those classes at the moment. Dodging also provides movement by default, allowing players to reposition, create openings, and control spacing. It is therefore already offers a basic level of offensive and tactical value. We will continue to make gradual improvements to the system. Yeah, I feel like Mercenary, it's weird that Knight has it and Merc doesn't. Does Merc have anything? They have the left and right click, but it isn't after a dodge. It's just like a forward lunge attack. Yeah, I don't know. It is a little bit weird that Knight has it and Merc doesn't. Stamina recovery and consumption are relatively fixed, while equipment affixes have limited influence on stamina. Can more stamina-related affixes be added to increase build variety? The current build version already includes equipment affixes to modify stamina and consumption. We will also continue expanding the stamina-related affix pool. I wonder what exactly they're wanting for stamina recovery, because we already have a few of them already. I don't think we have one to increase stamina regeneration. So maybe that could be one. Yeah, something like that, maybe. PvE dungeons, enemies, bosses, and solo PvE. Elite bosses and enemies are completely immune to freezing, significantly reducing effectiveness of ice sorcerer builds or ice-related affixes. Can ordinary enemies, elites, bosses have different levels of freeze resistance. Elite enemies and bosses are intended to be higher difficulty challenges. If control skills like freeze could repeatedly restrict bosses, the difficulty of those encounters would be reduced significantly, therefore have consistently high resistance to control effects. Yeah, I mean, if you could just freeze bosses over and over again, that would probably make bosses like a pushover, like way too easy. I feel like the bosses are already pretty forgiving with the revive mechanic, so I kind of agree with that. Most dungeon enemies are humanoid with few distinctive differences. How will enemy variety be expanded? Several new and highly distinct enemy types are planned. They will be introduced gradually through future updates and new dungeons. Yep, so just kind of wait for that. I mean, yeah, most of the PvE and good gear can already kind of just be destroyed, even bosses. Are like, as long as you fought it a few times and know the move set, it's not too bad. Although auto as a merc is kind of hard because once auto swaps to the final ability, it kind of gets hard to attack. Easier with range. Boss encounters currently have relatively limited gameplay variety and challenge content. How will long-term PvE motivation be improved? We're considering long-term challenge modes such as dungeon speedruns. Yep, the tower climbs stuff we talked about earlier. These modes would include they didn't mention this. The modes would include exclusive rewards and improve the replay value of PvE content. Yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I feel like instead of worrying about like making the game PvE, you just add like special modes that incentivize you to play them. Because I mean I would participate in those as long as they're interesting and like hard or fun, whatever. So we'll see how that goes. We're actually almost done, fellas. Pretty close. Players would like more varied dungeons, terrain, and interactive environments. Can hidden side objectives and additional environmental interactions be added? New stages, environmental interaction elements, and hidden side content are all under active development. It will be introduced gradually through future updates. I mean, that's just kind of corporate speak for we'll do it later. Will a standalone PvE mode be introduced with an economy completely separate from PvP, allowing players to casually farm? Yeah, we didn't get an answer for this in the English version. A dedicated casual PvE mode is already planned. However, due to the project's overall development, it will require a certain amount of development time. We'll release it when it's ready. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I wasn't sure if the PvP mode and the PvE were gonna have the same loot pool. So it looks like it's gonna be a completely separate economy total. So that's at least a good thing. Because what I've learned from Dark and Darker is by having them be the same stash pool, you just incentivize players to PvE farm and then go into PvP mode with like, you know, little risk because they get the farm for free. I would say that's at least better than what I was wondering if it would be. I was worried they were going to go Dark and Darker route there. Matchmaking, parties, and PvP balance. The game currently only supports solo and 3-player matchmaking with no dedicated solo queue or duo queue. Will a permanent duo matchmaking mode be added? We will not introduce duo matchmaking in the future. Adding a duo queue would significantly increase the difficulty of maintaining matchmaking balance. It would also divide the existing matchmaking population, increasing queue times. So, yeah, I guess there you go. We talked about that pretty extensively earlier. The current down player revival system is basic and lacks fixed rescue points or revival items. Will additional team rescue and revive mechanics be added? Team rescue mechanics and revival item interactions have already been included in the development plans for future. Alright, so I guess they're going to update the revival systems. I don't know much about that. Alright, this is the last one. Other questions. What will the final price of the game be? We'll know on the 17th. Yeah, I don't really know why. I don't know why it's taking so long for them to release the price info, but, you know, there you go. We'll find out later this month. Are there plans to add more classes and weapons? We already are developing several new classes and playstyles. They will be introduced gradually throughout the future seasons. Again, this stuff's being worked on. Find out later, pretty much. If the rewards aren't too good, do they value chaos? I mean, I would prefer exclusive like cosmetic rewards and stuff like that, honestly. Stuff that is like unique and gives you like an incentive to play outside of just gear. Something that I will be able to keep throughout other seasons, you know? Will kill records or damage statistics be added? Are there plans to sell merchandise or release official models? We already went over that earlier. We have no plans to add team damage statistics. Damage dealt is not the only factor. Same thing from English. How will cheaters and players engaging in malicious cross-team cooperation be dealt with? So that's something that was not really answered. So this is basically people that are going into solos and grouping up together from like Discord or trios, whatever. How will player feedback be balanced against the game's original vision? We have zero tolerance for cheating. Many players were already banned. So it looks like the developers consider teaming also cheating. So if you go into solos and you preemptively are teaming with people consistently, it looks like that is grounds for being considered cheating, which is good. Regarding malicious teaming and our own detection systems, player are welcome to submit evidence and reports. Well, we don't have this person in our there, but yeah, apparently, I guess if people are maliciously teaming and you see the same people, you can report them with a video, and I guess they'll get banned for it. Teamers got 1-day ban at the playtest. I mean, I don't really have like much to say about it. I assume if you get caught teaming multiple times, it's probably a permanent ban. But that's what I would assume, at least. Alright, fellas. I think that's everything I wanted to cover for this. I don't think there's anything I'm missing, right? We went over the Chinese AMA. I think we went over all the topics, too. I think we're pretty much done. That was a long AMA. That was longer than I was originally expecting to go for. It was a 4-hour deep dive. Yeah, I would say that was probably pretty good. I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it there for the day, fellas. So thank you all for watching the Ask Me Anything. Hopefully I was able to give you some insight for, Mistfall whenever it does, when we get the game on the 29th, and we'll kind of just wait and see what goes on between now and then. I hope they figure out the whole solo and duo thing in the long run, and hopefully the gameplay is like fixed as far as like the servers and stuff go. So thank you all for watching. I will see you guys soon. Trademark. Maybe for Dark and Darker's launch, but honestly, no promises on that. I'm pretty much not going to be consistently streaming until Mistfall's released, so we'll kind of like gauge it from there. But all right, have a good day, guys. I'll see you later.